When you step out of your house, you're in danger in this town. Doesn't matter where you are.
A violent week in Baltimore has residents on edge. How this crime crisis could be impacting the falling population in the city.
Crime is the #1 issue. Everybody knows it except our office holders.
And as crime rages on, many looking at where the priorities of city leadership lie. Why some argue they need to shift.
Cold temperatures to kick off your Thursday morning, but we are starting our warming trend. We'll be talking about it coming up on Fox 45 Early Edition. Let's go.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Fox 45 Early Edition on this Friday Eve. It's Thursday, May 4th. I'm Megan Gillen. Let's get right to meteorologist Justin Chambers, see what is happening outside. Yesterday, didn't know what it wanted to be.
Do you know what I finally saw yesterday, Meg?
What?
The sun.
Are you kidding me? I saw it for like 30 seconds, and then it rained, and then it hailed, then it got sunny.
I saw blue skies and sun, and I was very excited about that.
How long did it last?
Not very long. But we do have a better chance of seeing more of that sunshine today. In fact, It's clear outside right now, which is why we're cold. That full moon is out there setting in the west as we look out over the inner harbor this morning. Check out some of these numbers. They are in the lower 40s for Cockeysville and Towson, into Baltimore City, 41. 43 Essex and Middle River, 44 in Glen Burnie. So a cold Thursday morning, but the warming trend begins today, and a very pleasant weekend is right around the corner. So those numbers will take a little bit to rise, but upper 40s through 9 a.m. We'll be in the upper 50s and lower 60s for this afternoon. We're back with your full forecast. We'll do that in just a few minutes from right now.
That sounds good, Justin. Thank you. Looking at our Len Stoller traffic network here this morning, it is quiet. Count the cars out there this morning. Extremely light volume. Perfect time to get up and start your Thursday. We do begin this morning in a city in crisis. A problem at City Hall. Leaders say that Baltimore can't find people to fill some of its top positions across various departments. They say the issue is top talent in the state don't want to move to Baltimore City. A number of top executive positions are open, including the Department of Public Works Director, the head of procurement, and the fire chief. But according to the city's Human Resources Director, Quentin Herbert, and City Administrator Faith Leach, despite enticing hiring incentives to attract top talent, they say the city faces a major hurdle, the city's requirement that executives live in Baltimore City.
I've had several candidates that have identified the residency requirement as a barrier in recruitment. In fact, we have one agency where we've been recruiting for a bureau head for quite some time, and a person has been acting in an interim capacity, and that person would be, quite frankly, the ideal candidate for the position. But they don't want to sell their house in the county to move into the city and start over again.
Euripsy Morgan, spokesperson of the group Peace, People for Elected Accountability and Civic Engagement, says she is not surprised the city is finding it difficult to locate people willing to move to Baltimore.
I think it's a combination of things. I think one, it is the fact that, who wants to uproot their life if they don't have to, especially if they live right, within driving distance. But then when you look at the reason why people are leaving the city, which is probably, I think, a reason why many people would not want to move into the city. Crime is, of course, the biggest factor, but also then quality of life.
At Tuesday night's City Council committee meeting to talk about the vacant executive positions, city leaders did not talk about the issues of Baltimore as the reason why candidates don't want to live in the city. The hearing came after reports that the mayor's chief of staff and communications director left their positions. Violent crime is a big issue that could keep people from wanting to move into Baltimore City. Former police commissioner Ed Norris says the violence is getting out of control, impacting almost every part of the city.
There is violence everywhere. And it used to be confined to certain neighborhoods that people knew where not to go, like you wouldn't be on Greenmount Avenue at 2:30 in the morning or something like that. But now it's extended throughout the city. There's no boundaries, no time of day. It doesn't matter if it's the afternoon, doesn't matter where you are. You can be the victim of a horrible violent crime.
Well, we have seen a number of violent acts in just the last few days. Last night, we heard reports of shots fired along Maryland Avenue and 25th Street, not far from the Safeway there. The entire block of 25th Street between Maryland Ave and Howard was covered in shell casings. You can see them marked right there this morning by the cones. This morning, we are still working to get more details on any possible victims. A day before that, though, a pizza delivery man was shot in the face in Carjack. This was right near Druid Hill Park. The 55-year-old is stable right now. And then over the weekend, a 23-year-old T-Mobile worker was killed on the job. Fabian Sanchez Gonzalez was shot when two suspects robbed the Canton store at gunpoint. His family spoke with Fox 45 News about their frustrations with the ongoing crime crisis and calling on leaders to do more.
It breaks our heart to know that we lost my brother to two criminals run wild in this city. We want justice for my brother. That we want Brandon Scott to fulfill, to protect this city, run this city from crime.
Now, some are questioning what city leaders are focused on and whether they need to turn their full attention to crime. On the city council's agenda Monday night, a bill sponsored by Christopher Burnett looks to prohibit the willful use of the incorrect name or pronouns of an individual under certain circumstances. On WBAL Radio's TJ Smith show, Smith said that he's wondering where the council's priorities lie.
Doesn't mean we can't do more than one thing at a time, but prioritize those things and make sure if we're going to have the conversation about how difficult, it is to do certain things like fight the crime in the schools, the education and everything. Let's make sure we're putting that as a top priority all the time. It has to be.
Well, we want to hear from you. Do you think that current city leadership can fix the crime problem? So far, 99% of those who have voted say no. You can head to foxbaltimore.com/vote to weigh in. Governor Wes Moore signing new bills into law, 3 making major headlines. The first bill is the cannabis reform legislation, creating the framework to legalize recreational marijuana sales starting on July 1st. Second, the Trans Health Equity Act, requiring the Maryland Medical Assistance Program to expand gender-affirming medical care. And then finally, the Reproductive Freedom Act, preventing the state from restricting abortion rights. Maryland voters will decide a constitutional amendment next year to enshrine abortion protections in the state constitution. The National Report Card is out, and it showcases alarming trends all across the country where some critics are placing the blame. Plus, another cold morning here. Meteorologist Justin Chambers letting us know if we're going to see a warm-up this weekend or even today. Let's feel it. It's 4:37 now on Fox 45 Early Edition. All local, all morning.
Welcome back. We're starting off with mainly clear skies at this time, looking out over the Inner Harbor, opening our big live window. And statewide, our temperatures, a lot of blue out there because we're colder, some 30s out into western Maryland. Most of us in the lower 40s right now. So if you're up early with us, you'll definitely need to grab a jacket before you make your way outside. Overall, your morning drive staying a little chilly with temperatures in the 40s, but we're a lot drier today. We'll be breaking down our warming trend coming up.
Justin, thank you. Here's a look at today's headlines. Lamar Jackson will be meeting with the media for the first time since his decision to stay with the Ravens. It is happening at 12 this afternoon. The Baltimore Symphony Orchestra is announcing its plans for the 2023 summer programs. Officials from the Symphony will be joined by Governor Wes Moore. The Harford County Council will be holding a budget hearing today, and it comes after the county executive proposed a budget which would give less money to the county school system. Plus, Baltimore City State's Attorney Ivan Bates will be holding a news conference with the Public Trust and Police Integrity Unit. Still ahead this morning, a manhunt in Atlanta comes to an end. How law enforcement was able to track down the shooter. But first, a grim outlook on the state of schools across the nation, the subjects that are seeing a decline in test scores. But first, here's what's ahead this morning on the National Desk.
I'm Jan Jeffcoat. This morning on the National Desk, America's News Now. We are tracking severe weather that could impact millions. From the Central Plains to Texas, we're going to have the very latest this morning on the National Desk. America's News Now, weekday mornings.
You can watch the National Desk on our sister station, the CW Baltimore, weekdays from 6 to 9 a.m. Time now 4:42, and you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning. Turning now to the crisis in the classroom, the National Assessment of Educational Progress releasing another report card. This one looked at 8th grade scores in the U.S. history and civics classes. Both are on the decline, dropping by 5 and 2 points respectively. The same was true for math and reading in the fall. Officials say the decline was largely due to the COVID-19 pandemic disruptions. Some advocates feel the numbers should be a wake-up call.
When you look at all these scores in context, they paint a picture that is painfully clear that says our current system is not working. It is not that students are failing school, it's that our schools are failing students.
U.S. Education Secretary Miguel Cardona saying in a statement, quote, banning history books and censoring educators from teaching these important subjects does our students a disservice and will move America in the wrong direction. Baltimore City. A recent Project Baltimore report shows in 23 schools there were 0 students among those tested proficient in math. During a city council hearing on the issue last week, city school CEO Dr. Sonia Santelises painting Baltimore as part of a bigger problem. Fox 45 News pressed her on that. Listen in.
Do you think that the parents of these kids in these 23 schools care that other students are failing when their students are the ones that are struggling to succeed? What do you say to families who are dealing with this, and especially when you say that you knew this was going to happen?
Well, we knew, Mackenzie, that the math was a challenging area. One of the things that we've said to parents is we have doubled down on tutoring, on after-school opportunities.
Fox 45's Project Baltimore has done extensive reporting on those test scores and the other failures within some Baltimore City public schools. You can find it on our website, foxbaltimore.com/Project Baltimore. Trending this morning, a doctor with MedStar Franklin Square Medical Center is dancing for a good cause. Dr. Gregory Domeyer will be taking part in the Alzheimer's Association Memory Ball. Yesterday afternoon, he showed off his skills that he's been perfecting for weeks now. He says he has several family members who have been affected by Alzheimer's and will be dancing in honor of his mother.
My inspiration for doing this is my mom. She had Parkinson's dementia, and so I'm dancing for her, as well as many of my patients that I cared for who had Alzheimer's disease. And a lot of friends who've reached out on Facebook and through other means telling me that they've had family, friends who have suffered from this terrible disease. So I'm dancing for all of them.
Well, he will compete against 13 other amateur dancers. The night will raise money for medical research and support services for families affected by Alzheimer's. Our own Tom Rogers is actually going to be there. He's helping MC that event, so should be a good time out there.
And Tom's dancing, I believe, too.
He says he's not part of it, but, you know, there might be some...
I'm hearing costume changes.
Some moves.
I'm hearing costume changes. Yeah, when you say changes, that means you're a dancer.
Yeah.
That's just, you know, that's what Rihanna does.
Well, speaking of changes, we are hoping for some changes in this rainy weather.
Yeah, we're going to see it. We already saw it yesterday afternoon when we saw some patches of that blue sky out there. That sun popped through for a little bit for some of us. We still had to get through a couple of showers here and there. And today, we're not completely done. Maybe a stray shower or two, but overall, the pattern is changing. We're finally getting to that point where we're going to start to warm things up and break this kind of chain that we've been in for the last couple of days. Now, our temps have bottomed out into the lower 40s, probably still a couple of degrees colder even the next few hours or so. So just know as you're getting outside, you'll definitely need a jacket here this morning. On our HD radar, nothing to show you right now. In fact, even out in western Maryland, not seeing that snow that we saw yesterday, but there are a few showers coming down from Altoona, PA, down into parts of western Maryland at this time. All part of that larger picture, that area of low pressure sliding off toward the east. So that is continuing to move on. And what that's going to do as we head into the next few hours and throughout the next couple of days is change things up. Now, the arrows showing us that northwesterly wind coming in today. That's through about noontime. Notice we stay dry as we take you in about 2, 3, 4 o'clock this afternoon. Again, maybe a stray shower or two, but overall, we are not talking about really a lot of rain for today. The drier air will be here, and it will be a little bit warmer. Still staying in the 40s here for the next couple of hours on your Rise and Shine cast with that sun up at 6:05. Thankfully, we'll be able to show you that sunrise this morning. Upper 50s and lower 60s across the board here for your high temperatures today. So still well below average, but at least it's starting to be a little bit warmer. 59 in Philly, the lower 60s for Baltimore down through D.C., even mid 60s in Richmond today. And here's that steady climb I was talking about. Tomorrow will be close to 70, and then finally getting in the above average category. January. We haven't said that for a while. Looking into Sunday, Monday, and into Tuesday of next week, even some lower 80s are going to be possible. So here's that future scan showing us this afternoon that northwesterly flow as that trough of low pressure exits. Tomorrow, a lot more sunshine. Overall, that ridge of high pressure will start settling in, and that's going to take over for the weekend, giving us a very nice weekend with numbers that will continue to be warmer than average, especially as we head into Sunday and Monday into early next week. Here's that 7-day forecast for you. So highs today still in the lower 60s. We're closer to 70 tomorrow with low to mid 70s both Saturday and Sunday, and then those upper 70s and lower 80s into early next week. Meg?
All right, Justin, thank you. Looking at our Len Stoller traffic network now this morning, let's take a look at some of our live cameras. Still looking pretty great out there. Extremely light volume for this Thursday morning. Great time to get up and head out. No issues to report here at this hour. Let's get a check on mass transit. We have Mark Jones with the MTA joining us. How's it going for you, Mark?
Pretty well, Megan. Good morning. Good morning, everyone out there right now on the MARC train system. You'll find an on-time start for service on the Camden, Penn, and Brunswick lines of MARC Light Rail Link, right on schedule. And if your ride is on Metro Subway Link, nothing in your way there on time between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark. Still ahead on the early edition, troubles at City Hall as key roles remain vacant. Why some argue the ongoing crime crisis is to blame for this. But first, rallies outside of the White House to bring those detained overseas home. Their calls to President Biden. It is 4:51 now, and you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition. All local, all morning. Making headlines this morning, the manhunt for the person who opened fire inside of an Atlanta medical office is over. Police say the suspect, 24-year-old Dion Patterson, killed a woman and injured 4 others. They say he carjacked a vehicle and used it to run from police. Police say they found the suspect in a neighboring county.
Thanks to the highly trained police officers across our region, we are able to bring this suspect into custody without further harm. he will be charged and stand trial for his crimes.
Authorities say Patterson is a former Coast Guard member. A Coast Guard spokesperson says he was discharged from active duty back in January. Police have not released a possible motive or if the suspect was connected to any of the victims. Jurors could start deliberating as soon as next week in the E. Jean Carroll rape case against former President Donald Trump. Attorneys say that Carroll played about 30 minutes of excerpts from Trump's video deposition in the civil battery and defamation trial against the former president. Carroll accuses Trump of raping her in the mid-1990s in the dressing room of a department store. In his testimony, Trump calls the claim, quote, the most ridiculous, disgusting story, saying the allegations were made up. Trump's lawyers say they will not call witnesses. Federal prosecutors are close to deciding whether to charge Hunter Biden, President Joe Biden's son, with tax and gun-related violations. According to the Washington Post, Hunter's attorneys met with U.S. Attorney David Weiss at the Justice Department headquarters in Washington last week. A timetable is still unclear. Charges would mark the culmination of a 4-year investigation. Republicans accuse the Biden family of corruption. The Bidens deny any wrongdoing, but charges could impact President Biden's reelection campaign as the GOP accuses him of being involved in his son's business dealings, another accusation that he denies. Taking you live now to the White House here this morning, where the families of Americans wrongfully detained or held hostage abroad have been rallying. They're calling on President Biden to do more to bring their loved ones home. Dozens of Americans remain held by foreign governments, despite several recent high-profile prisoner releases like WNBA star Brittany Griner. The son of a man held in China since 2016 says they need help from the highest levels of the government.
Although each case has its own idiosyncrasies, we all need the same thing: for President Biden to meet with us and to use all tools to bring them home.
Several former hostages joined the rally, including Trevor Reed's family. He's the Marine veteran released by Russia a year ago, and several oil executives freed from Venezuela. Developing now this morning, Iranian forces have captured another oil tanker on the high seas. The U.S. Navy posting this footage right here of the incident, showing roughly a dozen ships swarming the vessel near the Strait of Hormuz. Officials say that those ships then forced the oil tanker to reverse course towards Iranian territorial waters. This is the second such capture in recent days. The State Department is now calling on Iran to release the ship and crew.
And candidly, Iran's harassment of vessels and interference with navigational rights in regional and international waters are contrary to international law and disruptive to regional stability and security.
Iranian state media claims the tanker collided with a boat and attempted to flee. The Navy says the vessel was flying a Panama flag and was traveling to a port in the United Arab Emirates before it was captured. Turning now to the crisis at the border, former U.S. Attorney General Bill Barr is criticizing President Biden's border policies. He's voicing support for the Trump administration's approach. Under Trump, Mexico faced financial sanctions for not accepting migrants. Barr criticized Biden for unraveling a system that was working.
Being a refugee doesn't give you sort of a worldwide, travel the world ticket to decide wherever you want to go. Mm-hmm. Refugee status is supposed to get you out of immediate harm, cross the border, get out of harm's way, and get sanctuary there.
Title 42 is set to expire next Thursday. The Biden administration expects a surge in migrants. Once it does, 1,500 active duty troops are being sent to assist at the southern border.
There's trouble at City Hall as key positions remain vacant. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, find out why the city is struggling to fill those positions.
Violence happening anywhere and anytime in Baltimore. Just ahead, we're going to take a look at some of the latest cases and the unpredictability of this crime crisis.
As we step just a little bit closer to the weekend, we're talking about numbers that are going up. Think you're going to like the forecast as we get into your Fox 45 early edition 5 o'clock hour.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Good morning on this Thursday, May 4th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. Meteorologist Justin Chambers stepping in
Over here talking to us about the forecast and warmth.
We're trying to match your energy for the day.
Well, I'm just so excited. I already told Megan last hour that I saw the sun yesterday, and I was like, this is amazing. Blue skies for a little bit.
We saw that too, and it was sprinkling as the sun was out.
As the sun was there. Yeah, I know.
Mm-hmm.
So it was a step in the right direction, and we'll continue to kind of take those steps closer to a warmer weekend as we head into your Thursday. So looking outside right now, the clouds are not with us, so that has allowed our temperatures to be quite a bit colder here. In fact, a lot of us are in the lower 40s, especially in Baltimore City, up and down into the mid-Atlantic. Those numbers are staying chilly here this morning. So probably need the heater on as you head out on your morning drive. Mr. Bo says we're good to go with temps staying in the 40s for the next couple of hours. We'll do your full forecast coming up in just a few minutes from right now.
All right, let's see what's happening on the roads on the Lynn Stoller Traffic Network at this early hour as we take a look at the cameras around the region. And roads looking pretty clear this morning. Not a lot of people up and out and moving, and if they are, no issues to report as of now. Fox 45 News is following 3 big stories for you at 5 o'clock.
Trouble at City Hall as key administrative roles remain empty, while some are pointing to ongoing crime crisis.
That crime top of mind this week as we see more gun violence throughout the city, the latest acts and the families that are now speaking out.
And from the Live Center this morning, another regional bank fighting to stay above water and investors left on edge in the latest sign of the troubled economy.
We have live team coverage of our top stories this morning, starting with Olivia Dance and a city in crisis.
We have had several candidates that have identified the residency requirement as a barrier in recruitment.
Baltimore City is facing a recruitment problem. City leaders say they're having difficulty finding people to fill some of its top positions across various departments.
The issue surfaced publicly after a city council committee hearing on Tuesday. Olivia Dance joins us live with a closer look at why it seems the city is having trouble filling these positions. Olivia?
Well, Tom, Patrice, the hearing came after reports that the mayor's chief of staff and communications director left their positions. But beyond that, there are still several vacancies here at City Hall, including the Department of Public Works director, the head of procurement, and the fire chief. According to Faith Leach, the city administrator, and Quentin Herbert, who is the city's human resources director, despite hiring incentives to attract top talent, they say the city faces a major hurdle. That hurdle is the city's requirement that executives live in Baltimore City.
We have one agency where we've been recruiting for a bureau head for quite some time, and a person has been acting in an interim capacity, and that person would be, quite frankly, the ideal candidate for the position. But they don't want to sell their house in the county to move into the city and start over again.
But Euripsy Morgan from the People for Elected Accountability and Civic Engagement, or PEACE, thinks the city should remove the residency requirement. She also says she's not surprised the city is finding it difficult to find people willing to move to Baltimore.
I think it's a combination of things. I think one is the fact that, who wants to uproot their life if they don't have to, especially if they live right within driving distance. But then when you look at the reason why people are leaving the city, which is probably, I think, a reason why many people would not want to move into the city. Crime is, of course, the biggest factor, but also then quality of life.
And at that hearing on Tuesday night, city leaders didn't address the issues of Baltimore as the reason why many candidates might not want to live here. Tom, Patrice, back to you.
Olivia, you just mentioned Euripsy Morgan. We heard from her, and she thinks the city should remove the residency requirement. At Tuesday's hearing, who was in favor of keeping that requirement?
Yeah, Tom, so there are several city leaders that are in favor of keeping the requirement, including Councilwoman McCray. She thinks that if executives are required to live in the city, then they'll also spend their money here as well. But for now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45, Early Edition.
Violent crime is a big issue that could keep people from wanting to move into Baltimore. Former Police Commissioner Ed Norris says the violence is getting out of control.
There is violence everywhere. And it used to be confined to certain neighborhoods that people knew where not to go, like you wouldn't be on Greenmount Avenue at 2:30 in the morning or something like that. But now it's extended throughout the city.
Canton to the Inner Harbor, Charles Village to Druid Hill Park and beyond. Violence seems to be happening anywhere and anytime in Baltimore. Shannon Lilly continues our team coverage this morning. She joins us live from Canton with a look at the most recent cases and the unpredictability of Baltimore's crime crisis. Shannon.
Well, this Canton community, Patrice, is still reeling from that brazen armed robbery and murder of a T-Mobile employee here on Sunday. And more, we are seeing that no matter your zip code, no matter the time or the place, crime is really not sparing anyone. In fact, just last night, shots were fired in Charles Village, not far from the Safeway that's here. And this scene was all happening along Maryland Avenue and 25th Street. You can see all of those shell casings on the ground. This whole block was taped off. Right now, no word of a victim in this case, though. But it comes after another shocking act of violence happened Tuesday night. Police say a pizza delivery driver was shot in the face and leg outside Druid Hill Park just before 11:30 while he was delivering an order. Police say the suspect shot the victim, then stole his car and drove away in it. And of course, you'll remember this chaotic scene from last month with two teens shot along Pratt Street, just steps from the Inner Harbor. Cell phone video capturing the aftermath as crowds ran.
There's no boundaries, no time of day. It doesn't matter if it's the afternoon. Doesn't matter where you are. You can be the victim of a horrible, violent crime. When you step out of your house, you're in danger in this town. Doesn't matter where you are.
And that was former Police Commissioner Ed Norris. He says that people are leaving the city in droves and crime is to blame. Reporting live in Canton, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News, Early Edition.
Thank you, Shannon. Markets taking another plunge on rate hikes, plus another bank collapse fear.
Megan Gillen is at our live center with where things stand this morning. Megan.
And actually, guys, things changing just minutes ago here. Check this out. This is Pacific Western stock seeing a steep sell-off overnight, expected to lose nearly 40% of its value when markets open at 9:30 this morning. It had been nearly 50%, so a little bit of improvement just about 10 minutes ago. These losses, though, guys, on top of the big losses we were telling you about yesterday morning right here from our live center. PacWest just out with a statement here this morning, hoping to ease fears, saying, quote, the bank has not experienced out of the ordinary deposit flows since the sale of First Republic Bank on Monday. Core customer deposits have increased since March 31st, and cash and available liquidity remain solid. However, since the banking crisis started in March, PacWest has lost more than 3/4 of its value. And this morning, it is said to be considering its strategic options. Investor code for please help. Those options could include guys selling PacWest, splitting it up, or maybe even trying to raise enough capital to stay afloat here. As the Fed has raised interest rates, we know banks that bought long-term bonds have seen them rapidly lose value. And with yesterday's announcement of yet another hike, the cost to borrow money is now at its highest level since 2007. The failure of First Republic on Monday, meantime, reigniting concerns for customers and businesses with large accounts at smaller regional banks that their investments may not be covered if the bank goes under. And that's leading many to move their funds elsewhere, leaving some banks on the brink of not having enough cash to cover withdrawals. Taking you live to New York City here this morning, we're going to be watching to see what happens with PacWest and other banking stocks when markets open here this morning. That's the latest from our live center. Tom?
Thank you, Megan. A battle over the budget happening tonight in Harford County. Just ahead in our next half hour, the disagreements between the county executive and school superintendent.
A bill is proposing reparation payments to people with cannabis convictions. The pushback from some and how the bill raises questions about the priorities of the city council.
Our temperatures are definitely colder this morning, lower 40s as you make your way out early, but we've got some warmer days ahead. We'll be talking about it right here on Fox 45 Early Edition. Stay with us. 5:11 is your time right now on our Weather Authority forecast, and checking your temperatures statewide. We're still dealing with some colder numbers here this morning, especially by early May standards. 37 in Oakland, 48 in Cumberland, 43 Hagerstown. Most of us in the lower 40s, but 39 your temp in Laurel, one of the colder spots here as you step outside. Making your way out the door, definitely grab a jacket. But today you get to add the sunglasses to your repertoire. And we don't need the umbrellas. We may see a stray shower this afternoon. We'll take a closer look at that with the hour-by-hour future scan. We'll do that in just a few minutes from right now.
Lamar Jackson has a big day ahead of him where you can catch the QB, Coach Harbaugh, and GM Eric DaCosta talking about Jackson's 5-year contract extension.
Could the president handle the debt ceiling on his own? Controversial strategies some are saying may allow him to bypass Congress to avoid a possible financial crisis. 5:12 is the time. You're watching Fox 45's Early Edition, all local, all morning.
.15 in your consumer headlines this morning. As time runs out to raise the nation's debt ceiling, some White House officials may be considering another option. The New York Times reports some in the administration are looking to a clause in the 14th Amendment to make sure the U.S. does not default on its debt. The clause states the validity of U.S. debt, quote, shall not be questioned. It would essentially allow President Joe Biden to bypass Congress to deal with the debt limit crisis, but would likely face legal challenges. White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre refused to confirm if that option is on the table, saying Congress must act.
What I'm saying is that I'm not going to certainly negotiate from here or do anything like that. We're just not going to entertain scenarios. This is their constitutional duty.
Last week, House Republicans passed legislation to raise the national debt limit by $1.5 trillion in exchange for cuts across domestic programs. Democrats insist on a clean bill, but they haven't produced one to vote on. President Biden will meet with all 4 congressional leaders next week. June 1st is the deadline for
Federal Reserve has been working on bringing down inflation for the better part of a year. Overall, prices have come down some during that time as rates jump. Starting at near 10% last year, inflation has now fallen to 5%, but that's nowhere near the Fed's 2% target. Fed Chair Jerome Powell was asked about keeping it a little higher.
I think we're always going to have 2% as our target. We're always going to be focusing on getting there.
But would you be okay with a prolonged 3%?
You know what? Let me just say that's not what we're looking for.
The Fed also jacked up interest rates another 25 basis points yesterday, or a quarter of a point, the 10th consecutive increase this year. The economy has shown signs of slowing and the job market softening. Now, a labor investigation is now underway in Kentucky, claiming 2 10-year-old children were found working without pay at a McDonald's. That's according to the U.S. Department of Labor, which recently investigated 3 different McDonald's operators for violating federal labor laws. According to the investigation, the franchisees operate 62 locations in Kentucky, Indiana, Ohio, and here in Maryland. Together, they employed more than 300 children. One case, the 2 10-year-olds were found working until 2 a.m. in Louisville. And the franchisees now face a fine of more than $200,000. Airbnb wants you to rent just a single room instead of the entire house. The rental company is rolling out a new offering called Airbnb Rooms, where guests can rent a room in the same house or apartment as their host. Prices will average $67 per night. This was always an option for guests, but the company says travelers care more about affordability than they did a year ago and can't afford to rent the entire house for more than $150 per night. Airbnb Rooms will offer details like whether the bedroom door locks and if the bathroom is private or shared.
5:18 happening today. MVP quarterback Lamar Jackson will address the media for the first time since agreeing to that record-setting 5-year contract extension with the Baltimore Ravens.
At noon, Jackson will be joining with head coach John Harbaugh, general manager Eric DeCosta. Today will be a great opportunity for the three to address any questions surrounding these negotiations, which at one point had Jackson requesting a trade. In the end, the Ravens and Jackson coming to an agreement which is expected to top Philadelphia Eagles quarterback Jalen Hurts' $255 million contract.
Are they really going to answer questions? No. I mean, come on. They're not going to say anything. They're not going to give
It was all fine. Everything was good. He was going to be here the whole time. That's exactly what they're going to say.
And as long as he's here, that's what matters. And he got what he wanted.
People who weren't watching yesterday at 9 o'clock, my Bromo Seltzer Tower ticket.
Yeah. I thought he'd have that framed. I really did.
He's working on that.
Back
he
on
did.
That.
He's
I
working on that.
I want to get a shadow box with it and everything. But I get to go up in the Bromo Seltzer Tower next Wednesday, so I hope you are all watching. And somebody, Wayne in Baltimore, posted on the Twitter. He was like, finally, Chambers can get up there and fix the clock. That's my hope, is that I can get up there and do that. But either way, thanks for all the folks who made that happen, and looking forward to next Wednesday being up there reporting live from the Bromo Seltzer Tower. Meanwhile, looking out over the Inner Harbor, right there under the logo, you can see a little bit of that morning glow, and we're going to be able to show you the sunrise. Can you tell I'm excited about that? And we'll do that just after 6 o'clock right here, live and local for you. A couple of light showers in western Maryland. That's really about it right now, as this area of low pressure will continue to track off toward the east and move out of here, changing up our weather pattern as we head closer to the weekend. So as the kiddos get out to the bus stop this morning, beep, beep, go ahead and make sure they are bundled up. We're talking about 30s and even some lower 40s over the next couple of hours. We'll get to about 60 by noontime and recess, and into the lower 60s, a bit breezy for this afternoon later today. Today is National Bird Day, so Hank the Bird, excited about that? Yeah. Of course, we got ravens and orioles and all sorts of birds around here. So we're looking at 50 here by 9 a.m. on your Bird is the Word cast, and lower 60s through noontime, with those 60s continuing into that 2 and 3 o'clock hour this afternoon. Overall, should see a little bit more sunshine by the time we head into the day today. We're looking at upper 50s and lower 60s across Carroll and Baltimore counties. Numbers in Howard and Arundel counties, you're also going to slide into those lower 60s, so a little bit warmer later today. Even the Eastern Shore, which I was happy to fly dry around and over yesterday afternoon, seeing some upper 50s and lower 60s. It was great to see that blue sky, even if it was just brief, and some of you didn't see that at all. Don't worry, a lot more of us will get in on those blue skies for today. So overall, your 7-day forecast may see a stray shower today, but overall we are going to be drier. 68 tomorrow, low to mid 70s into Saturday and Sunday, and then upper 70s, even some lower 80s possible by early next week. Definitely an improvement. Patrice?
All right, let's see what's happening in the Lynn Stoller traffic network as we take a live look over 895 and 95. People up and out and moving, and they are doing it without issue. Let's get a check of mass transit. We've got Mark Jones with the MTA. Good morning, Mark.
Good morning, Patrice. Good morning, everyone. Out there on the MARC train system, we've got train 505 on the Penn line with an 8 to 10 minute delay, and train number 841 on the Camden line running about 5 minutes late. Allow time for travel in those instances. Out there on Light Rail Link, right on time from end to end, no delays or issues, and Metro Subway Link on schedule in both directions of that service this morning. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark.
Harford County leaders are holding a budget hearing today. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, find out why the county executive and superintendent can't seem to agree.
Revenue from legalized recreational marijuana will bring in piles of cash, but exactly how will our city and state use that money? I'll have more on that coming up.
.525 and looking ahead this morning, summer is just around the corner, and a favorite activity for many Americans is camping.
Well, according to a new report by Campgrounds of America, about 23 million households planning to go camping Memorial Day. The report adds, despite economic hardships, 38% of people say they will continue to camp and view the activity as an affordable way to travel. Glamping, which is the more luxurious version of the traditional camping, is also gaining popularity in the recent years. And according to that same report, 40% of campers say that they have some interest in taking a glamping trip this year.
Well, Americans are heading into summer with strained wallets due to inflation, but there are still ways to have fun on a budget. A family budgeting expert recommends looking for cheap or free events in your city. Consider a local library, your parks, gardens. You could also get a membership to a zoo, aquarium, or museum, and then take multiple visits all summer long. The family budgeting expert says if you are determined to travel, look for a vacation nearby and maybe divide the expenses with family or friends.
This Fox 45 news segment is sponsored by Chime Medical Center.
It's that time of year where we celebrate Mom, and you can win extra spending money every day from now until May 12th. Grab your phone, scan the QR code for your chance to win a $100 Visa gift card. Play our Mother's Day Mania Trivia contest. Get the question right. You can win the $100 daily prize. You don't even need to be a mom. Again, scan that QR and get the Mother's Day Mania Trivia question of the day. Good luck.
Still ahead on the early edition, another cooler start to the morning, but that could change. Our Weather Authority team is letting us know when we get back into the 70s.
A big jobs report is set to drop in just about 3 hours. What it could tell us about the economy and how AI could be impacting open positions. Time now 5:27. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Welcome back on this Thursday morning, 5:30. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is very excited. He saw the sun yesterday.
Yeah, exactly. And it's a Pointer Sisters Day today, right? Because I'm so excited and I just can't hide it. And I'm about to lose myself and I just can't fight it, or whatever they say. But either way.
Close enough.
Looking outside, look, this is why. Come on, join me in this journey on your Friday Eve, and we will finally be able to show you that sunrise. Just looks gorgeous out there. Yes, it's cold because we don't have any clouds to act as that insulator, but overall, we're going to see that sunrise together in just a little bit and a lot more sunshine for today. Upper 30s and lower 40s as you step out from Columbia, Laurel over to Annapolis at 45. 41 your tip in Baltimore up into Cockeysville. So overall, your morning drive, maybe the heater on this morning. I had the bud warmers on 1 this morning just to kind of make sure to get things going, but we'll keep those 40s and lower 50s going through the next couple of hours on your morning drive. We're back with your full forecast. We'll do that in just a few minutes and talk about that warmer weekend ahead as well.
Well, turning now to counties under pressure, as today Harford County leaders will have a hearing on the 2024 budget.
But Bob Castley, the Harford County executive, and Dr. Sean Bolson, the Harford County superintendent, seem to be at odds over proposed funding for their schools.
Olivia Dance joins us live with why the two can't seem to agree. Olivia.
Well, Tom and Patrice, the budget hearing starts at 7 tonight, and many parents are expected to attend since the county executive's proposed budget gives less money to the school system. County Executive Castley is arguing that they need to take a fiscally responsible approach.
We've more than fully funded the state, our educational budget over the last several years, and that's enabled our Board of Education to accumulate a fund balance of over $93 million. And there's way too much money going into the central office where most folks are still working remotely, and not into the classroom where teachers are working every day.
Castley is allocating roughly $305 million for Harford County Public Schools, less than the $324 million provided last year by the previous administration. District Superintendent Dr. Sean Bolson says only 25 central office staff work remotely, and the district shouldn't use its cash reserves for recurring expenses.
We requested $19 million above last year's funding. He's chosen to fund us at $19.5 million below what we received last year. We haven't seen funding go down year over year in the recorded history of Harford County.
Now, in a statement, the superintendent called this budget proposal the worst case scenario for the district, warning if more funding doesn't come through, there could be larger class sizes and uncompetitive teacher salaries. The county executive responding by saying the choices are to either live within our means or raise taxes, and he is opting to live within our means. Now, the Harford County Council will be the ones to consider this proposed budget. And of course, you can find more details about tonight's hearing on our website at foxbaltimore.com. But for now, reporting live, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45, Early Edition.
Thank you, Olivia. More questions for city leaders when it comes to how Maryland and Baltimore City will use the revenue from legalized recreational marijuana.
Shannon Lilly joins us live with a closer look at where the money will go and then the concerns that some are raising about it. Shannon?
Well, the new law is very specific, Patrice, that the millions of dollars generated from the marijuana market cannot go to law enforcement, but instead should go to those communities that are most impacted or were most impacted by marijuana arrests. And so there are those that believe this is a great way to right a wrong, and there's others who think just the opposite. Take a listen to those two different perspectives.
Conservative suggestion or thought was that it would generate about $20 million for the city of Baltimore for the specific purpose of creating equity and reparations, which is what reparations are. It's creating an equitable response to a wrong of long standing.
I mean, it's manifestly unjust. But to say that people who violated the laws and brutalized their own communities should be given payment because of that is shockingly unjust.
Well, right now, Baltimore City Council members are poised to give final approval to the establishment of a 17-member commission, which will advise the city where to target this funding. 3 of the commission members would be prior marijuana offenders. And remember, according to state law, the revenue can only be used to benefit low-income residents and those that were disproportionately harmed by the cannabis prohibition and enforcement over the past 20 years. So council members tell us, Tom and Patrice, that they hope this funding will go to the communities that need it most.
Shannon, are all city council members, though, on board with this?
So not entirely, Tom. We know that Councilman Robert Stokes is on board with the establishment of that commission, but he is a little bit skeptical about the organizations where some of this funding would be going to, and he is concerned that those communities that do need this money will not receive it. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News, Early Edition.
Fox 45 News is also questioning the Safe Streets program and how it spends city dollars. The case of a man killed more than 3 years ago is raising more questions about how the program operates. The family of the victim sharing some sharp criticism for Safe Streets.
Has your view of the Safe Streets program changed throughout this?
Absolutely. Oh, yes. Yes. My belief is that our city government is financing a criminal enterprise. I believe that within my heart. Our city government is so invested in it that it's turning a blind eye to what it really is.
Fox 45 News has been investigating the Safe Streets program for years, and we've been working to find out more about the program's finances and the ex-convicts hired to keep the peace. Earlier this year, after Fox 45 News threatened to sue, the city finally handed over contracts with the nonprofits operating Safe Streets sites. Contracts revealing the nonprofits are required to pay for a criminal background check for all of their employees, contractors, and volunteers. Now, the Safe Streets worker charged in that murder case was found not guilty in March. He had a prior criminal record, including second-degree murder, assault, drug, and gun convictions when Safe Streets hired him in 2019. That's not the only questionable case, though. Prosecutors say in 2020, Safe Streets worker Ronald Alexander told officers he was working for Safe Streets during a traffic stop, and he was let go. Well, during a federal search at his home, a few days later, police found guns and drugs. And in his plea agreement, Alexander confessed to taking the drugs from people in the community as part of his work for Safe Streets.
Those two cases prompted Fox 45 News to send questions to the mayor's Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement, asking what is the city screening process or policies when it comes to hiring Safe Streets employees? Is there a threshold of violence or certain crimes that prohibit people from being hired? Monzi tells Fox 45 News that it provides oversight and technical assistance to the nonprofits when it comes to hiring, but members of Monzi did not directly explain their role in employee screening.
Fox 45 News will continue demanding answers about the Safe Streets program. You can find Mackenzie Frost's latest report right on our website. That's foxbaltimore.com.
5:37 right now. We are waiting for a new economic report on America's jobs to drop.
And Megan Goen is at our live center with what analysts are forecasting this morning. Megan.
Here it is right there, guys. Early predictions indicating 236,000 new unemployment claims as we try to gauge if unemployment is rising or if it is falling. Meantime, artificial intelligence, guys, could be impacting job growth. IBM reporting a pause in hiring roughly 7,800 jobs, which could be replaced by that technology. It would specifically impact back office functions. The company saying they believe that 30% of non-customer facing positions could be replaced by AI in the next 5 years. Twitter feeling it as well. We're getting word the social media giant's workforce is down nearly 90% since owner Elon Musk took over earlier this year. Twitter reportedly now has just over 1,000 full-time employees, a reduction that Musk called necessary to keep the company afloat. This all comes as we get a grim outlook from the World Economic Forum on job growth, predicting the global labor markets will see 14 million more jobs slashed in the next 5 years. The annual report, it's based on survey responses from more than 800 companies. Again, that new jobs report, it is coming down at 8:30 this morning. We're going to keep you updated right here from our live center.
When you step out of your house, you're in danger in this town. Doesn't matter where you are.
Violent week in Baltimore has residents on edge. How the crime crisis could be impacting the falling population in the city.
Crime is the #1 issue. Everybody knows it except our office holders.
And as crime rages on, many are looking at where the priorities of city leadership lie. Why some argue they need to shift. 5:39, you're watching Fox 45's Early Edition, all local, all morning.
5:42 is your time right now on your Thursday morning. Looking out over the Inner Harbor, clear skies. It is cool this morning. Still a bit breezy as we head toward the afternoon. May pick up a stray shower, but overall the drier air is going to continue to work in. So if you're out for a run or a jog in the next couple of hours, remember those numbers staying in the lower 40s. Just prepare for that. Get that extra layer on as you're heading out. Back with your full forecast. We'll highlight those weekend numbers and the warmer temps even next week as well.
Well, still ahead this morning, May the 4th be with you. How Hollywood is honoring the legend, Carrie Fisher.
And the entire Baltimore metro system will shut down this weekend. When that starts and the other means of transportation you can take. 5:43, you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning. .45, take a look at these adorable pictures. NICU babies in Nashville are dressed in Taylor Swift outfits, and people are loving it all too well. The Ascension St. Thomas Hospital posting these pictures. According to the hospital, it all happened when NICU nurses who were working the night shift started talking about their favorite Taylor Swift songs so they could pass the time and what they were hoping she would perform at her Nashville shows. Well, one of the nurses then had the idea to dress the babies in costumes. Each one represents an album by Swift. The hospital says that these babies are fearless.
Well, in your entertainment news this morning, Princess Leia is about to get her due on the Hollywood Walk of Fame. Carrie Fisher is set to receive a star on the famous sidewalk today, May 4th, the unofficial Star Wars day, due to the phrase, "May the 4th be with you." Carrie Fisher has had a diverse career, including an Emmy Award-nominated television actress and novel author, but she was always best known for her portrayal of Princess Leia in the Star Wars franchise. Fisher died in 2016 at 60 years old. Her star will be joining her co-stars, Mark Hamill and Harrison Ford, right on the Walk of Fame.
Well, it's 5:47, and we need to get a check of our forecast.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers speaking about maybe going out for a walk today. Walk of Fame's, walking around.
Yeah, good day to do that. Yeah, with more sun and some slightly warmer temperatures, guys.
Because yesterday was cold. I was outside and it was freezing,
and
as it is this morning.
It is cold. You're right about that. 30s and 40s is what we're talking about this morning. We have a lack of cloud cover, and I always talk about how that's called radiational cooling. So you don't have that cloud, the blanket that's over the top of us. All those clouds are left to move away, and all of the heat that we had yesterday allowed to rise up and basically dissipate. So that's why those temperatures have dropped. Right before sunrise is typically the coldest point of the morning. So here's a look at your HD radar. We had a few showers in western Maryland a little while ago, but overall things are definitely drying out. That area of low pressure starting to slide off toward the east. Still an upper level low here that's going to bring that northwesterly flow. May still see a pop-up shower later this afternoon, but overall we are drier. And you can see over the next couple of hours as you rise and shine with us, grab some coffee and breakfast. Numbers into the 40s here, so warm beverage for sure. As you head down the cross street market there at Fed Hill, 47 by 8 a.m. Numbers by noontime in the upper 50s, close to about 60 degrees. Overall, not bad for lunch outdoors today, just a bit breezy later this afternoon. And we should get to those lower 60s, which will be warmer than we've been the last couple of days. We had 2 days in a row where we were in the 50s for highs. Forget about all that. Still some upper 50s for you in Westminster and Bel Air today, lower 60s for Cockeysville and Baltimore, and the temperature trend is going up. So by tomorrow, we're closer to 70. And then as we head to the weekend, mid to upper 70s, even some lower 80s are going to be possible by early next week. Finally got to go flying yesterday. Pilots, good day today, too. VFR conditions, visual flight rules, and a bit breezy at times, but that northerly wind will help, especially if you're taking off at 3-3 there at Martin or BWI. All right, so here's our future scan. What's going on? That area of low pressure tracking off toward the east. Still that northwesterly flow today. Less wind tomorrow as this ridge of high pressure kind of settles in and will continue to dominate for the weekend. That's going to keep us mainly dry and also warmer. Here's an update on your holiday countdown. One day tomorrow, it's Cinco de Mayo, mañana, 10 days away from Mother's Day, and we're inside of now 7 weeks until the summer solstice. So just 48 days from right now. Here's that 7-day forecast for you. As I mentioned, we stay dry. 63 today, upper 60s Friday, low to mid 70s for the weekend. We're going to be close to 80 on Monday, and some of us will be in the lower 80s by Tuesday of next week. That'll be our next chance to pick up some showers as we head toward the middle of next week. Tom?
All right, thank you, Justin. Now let's take a look at your Lens Solar Traffic Network. 95.895 is the sun. Look at that across the horizon right there. No issues to report, except if you go on the other side of the eastern shore, Queen Anne's County, right near Price, Maryland. There's 2 vehicles right on 301 that were in a collision there. No cameras showing it and a slight delay. So if you're traveling either direction, north or south, on 301 in Price, Maryland, you will have some slowdowns. Now we want to get a check of our mass transit. We have Mark Jones with the MTA. Happy Thursday morning, Mark.
Happy Thursday morning, Tom. Good morning, everyone. A smooth commute out there right now. If your ride is on light rail link, no delays or issues in either direction of that service. Metro subway link on time as well between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station. Mark train showing Penn Train 511 with a 5-minute delay, and Penn Train 505 running 8 to 10 minutes late on the approach to Union Station. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark. We want to bring you some breaking news. Getting word of a fire in northwest of Baltimore. This is right on Garrison Boulevard near Liberty Heights Avenue. We've been out on the scene here for a little bit, and what you're looking at right there is there's a crane coming from the right side of your screen above, and they've been spraying down onto a 2-story home. As the light starts coming up, we'll be able to show you a little bit more, but that house looks like it's pretty well burned up, and it looked like it lost part of its roof. We'll continue to following this, and we'll ask if any injuries. We have not heard of any, but we'll ask more about that from Baltimore City Fire Department as soon as they're able to speak with us.
The Navy trying new ways to attract young people to the armed services. I'm Kayla Gaskins in Washington with why some experts say this new tactic might backfire.
Still ahead on the early edition, troubles at City Hall is some key roles remain vacant in leadership. Why some argue the ongoing crime crisis is to blame. 5:51, you're watching Fox 45's early edition, all local all morning. 5:54, making your headlines this morning. Iranian forces capture another oil tanker on the high seas. U.S. Navy posting this footage of the incident, showing roughly a dozen small ships swarming the vessel near the Strait of Hormuz. And officials say those smaller boats then forced that oil tanker to reverse course towards Iranian territorial waters. With this is the second such capture in recent days. State Department is now calling on Iran to release the ship and its crew.
And candidly, Iran's harassment of vessels and interference with navigational rights in regional and international waters are contrary to international law and disruptive to regional stability and security.
Well, Iranian state media claims the tanker collided with a boat and attempted to flee. The Navy says the vessel was flying a Panama flag and was traveling to a port in the United Arab Emirates before it was captured.
In Ukraine, the president there denies any role in an alleged attack on the Kremlin. Volodymyr Zelensky is in Finland meeting with the leaders of 5 Nordic countries. He said, "We don't attack Putin or Moscow. We fight on our own territory." Russia claims Ukrainian drones attempted to assassinate Vladimir Putin. Video shared on social media appears to show a drone exploding above the Senate palace, leaving no damage or injuries. The Kremlin called it a terrorist attack. Secretary of State Antony Blinken expressed reluctance to believe the claims.
I can't in any way validate them. We simply don't know. Second, I would take anything coming out of the Kremlin with a very large shaker of salt. So let's see. We'll see what the facts are.
Ukraine says the claims could provide Russia with a pretext to justify massive strikes on Ukrainian cities. Already, the Kremlin is promising retaliation.
U.S. military is exploring new ways to attract young recruits as they're struggling to fill the ranks.
National correspondent Kayla Gaskins takes a look at how the new approach is stirring some controversy in Washington.
I'm always on your active duty sailor, Yeoman Second Class Joshua Kelly, doubles as a drag queen. Stage name, Harpy Daniels. Kelly is the Navy's first digital ambassador, posting TikToks about the military's welcoming culture to LGBTQ+ sailors. A Navy official telling the Daily Caller this was part of a 6-month campaign to reach a wider audience as the military struggles with recruiting Gen Z. Senator Eric Schmidt worries it will backfire.
It's really divisive, and I think infusing politics into our military is really destructive. It is driving people away. We've heard from military members who've come forward. They don't like it.
Criticism of the military's partnership with Harpy Daniels, echoing Bud Light's controversial collaboration with trans activist and TikTok star Dylan Mulvaney.
I got some Bud Lights for us.
Both campaigns using inclusivity to broaden their reach at the risk of alienating their base. Backlash from the Mulvaney partnership causing sales to drop 21.4% compared with the same period last year, as competitors Coors Light and Miller Lite increased sales by about the same margin. Parent company Anheuser-Busch undergoing a marketing reset, aiming new ads at traditional customers. And gifting a case of Bud Light to every employee of an Anheuser-Busch wholesaler. Navy veteran Cully Stimson worries the Harpy Daniels partnership will have a similar negative impact on recruiting.
If the Navy thinks that that is going to attract the type of person that wants to serve in uniform in the Navy, they're just so woke and so missing what people who want to serve want. I think it shows an abysmal lack of judgment by senior leaders in the military.
The Navy is anticipated to miss this year's goal by 8,000 recruits. In Washington, I'm Kayla Gaskins.
There's trouble at City Hall as key positions remain vacant. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, find out why the city's struggling to fill those positions.
Violence happening anywhere and anytime in the city. Coming up, we're going to take a look at some of the most recent cases, plus the unpredictability of Baltimore's crime crisis.
We've more than fully funded the state, our educational budget over the last several years.
This county is failing to fund education at the level that it needs to.
The debate in Harford County continues over how to fund public schools. Topping our next half hour, how today's meeting is expected to settle the back and forth.
As we slide a little bit closer to the weekend, our warmer temperatures are almost here. We'll be talking about just how warm we get and how long the dry weather sticks around. It's all coming up on Fox 45 Morning News. Let's go.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good morning on this Thursday, May 4th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers, and yesterday afternoon, for a second, I almost thought about taking off my hoodie when I was outside cutting the grass.
Not I. Meteorologist Justin Chambers. I was out at the Ed Reed camp yesterday, and we were shivering. I mean, freezing. We were running and moving.
I know.
It was cold.
I know. We had to talk about it. We have 2 days in a row with temps in the 50s. That was all we got.
The western side of Maryland right now, no snow falling.
Oh, I like that.
Come on.
That's an
improvement.
improvement.
Yep.
Now, it is cold here still this morning with 30s and 40s. You can see those temperatures on the right side of your screen. So before you step out, grab that hoodie or that jacket as you make your way out over the Inner Harbor. Beautiful shot right now. That sun coming up in just moments from right now. Lower 40s for Cockeysville and Towson, straight down the JFX to Baltimore City. 40s for Rosedale, Essex, Middle River, down through Glen Burnie and Pasadena as well. So overall, on your weather story, it's going to be cold this morning, but the warming trend begins today, and a very pleasant weekend is right around the corner. So, Mr. Bo, what say you? We're good to go. Hear that? Yeah. All right. Mr. Bo says we're good to go. Lower 40s here over the next couple of hours. Back with your full forecast. We'll do that in just a few minutes from right now. Back to you.
Breaking news this morning, firefighters are at the scene of a possible fire. This is northwest Baltimore, Garrison Boulevard, right near Liberty Heights Avenue. Our photojournalist is at the scene. He tells us the firefighters drenched the home from a ladder above the roof. Right now, Garrison Boulevard is closed from Liberty Boulevard to Chatham Road, so we'll keep you updated on this scene throughout the morning and the traffic patterns around it.
There is violence everywhere. And it used to be confined to certain neighborhoods that people knew where not to go. But now it's extended throughout the city.
As a new month begins, violence continues to plague a city in crisis.
Now, this morning, we have live team coverage on the crime striking Baltimore and its impact on the leadership in the city. In just a few minutes, Jen Lilly will be joining us live with a look at the recent crime that plagues the city.
First, we begin with Olivia Danson. She is taking a look at why city leaders are saying Baltimore can't find people to fill some of the top positions. Olivia?
Well, Tom and Patrice, Tuesday's hearing came after reports that the mayor's communications director and chief of staff left their positions. But beyond that, there are still several vacancies here at City Hall, including the Department of Public Works director, the head of procurement, and the fire chief. Now, according to Faith Leach, the city administrator, and Quentin Herbert, who is the city's human resources director, despite hiring incentives to attract top talent, they say the city faces a major hurdle. That hurdle is the city's requirement that executives live in Baltimore City.
We have one agency where we've been recruiting for a bureau head for quite some time, and a person has been acting in an interim capacity, and that person would be, quite frankly, the ideal candidate for the position. But they don't want to sell their house in the county to move into the city and start over again.
But Europe C. Morgan from the People for Elected Accountability and Civic Engagement, or PEACE, thinks the city should remove the residency requirement. She also says she's not surprised the city is finding it difficult to find people willing to move to Baltimore.
I think it's a combination of things. I think one is the fact that, who wants to uproot their life if they don't have to, especially if they live right within driving distance. But then when you look at the reason why people are leaving the city, which is probably, I think, a reason why many people would not want to move into the city. Crime is, of course, the biggest factor, but also then quality of life.
And at that hearing on Tuesday night, city leaders didn't address the issues with Baltimore as the reason why many candidates might not want to live here. Patrice, back to you.
Olivia, we heard Ripsey say that the city should take away that residency requirement. Is there anyone in favor of that from Tuesday's hearing, or are they all in favor of keeping the requirement?
Yeah, Patrice, some city leaders are in favor of keeping it, including Councilwoman McCray, who thinks that if executives are required to live in the city, then they will spend their money here as well. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Well, violent crime is a big issue that could keep people from wanting to move into the city. Former Police Commissioner Ed Norris says the violence is getting out of control.
And there is violence everywhere. And it used to be confined to certain neighborhoods that people knew where not to go, like you wouldn't be on Greenmount Avenue at 2:30 in the morning or something like that. But now it's extended throughout the city.
From Canton to the Inner Harbor, Charles Village to Druid Hill Park and beyond, violence seems to be happening anywhere, anytime in Baltimore City. Shannon Lilly continues our team coverage this morning from Canton with a look at the most recent cases and the unpredictability of Baltimore's crime crisis. Shannon.
Well, this Canton community, Tom, is still reeling from that brazen armed robbery and murder of a T-Mobile employee that happened here on Sunday. And more we are seeing, no matter your zip code, no matter the time or the place, crime is really not sparing anyone. In fact, if you take a look right here at your screen, this is scene video from a shots fired call last night. This all happening in Charles Village, not far from the Safeway that's there. And you'll notice that it's right along Maryland Avenue and 25th Street. You can see that that entire block was taped off and there were shell casings all over the ground. Right now, though, no word on a victim. But it comes just after another shocking act of violence happened on Tuesday. In fact, now you're looking at the location of where police say a pizza delivery driver was shot in the face and leg outside Druid Hill Park just before 11:30 while he was delivering an order. Police say the suspect shot the victim, then stole his car and drove away in it. And of course, you'll remember this chaotic scene from last month. 2 teens were shot along Pratt Street. That is just steps from the Inner Harbor, and cell phone video captured the aftermath as crowds ran.
There's no boundaries, no time of day. It doesn't matter if it's the afternoon, doesn't matter where you are. You can be the victim of a horrible, violent crime. When you step out of your house, you're in danger in this town. Doesn't matter where you are.
Yeah, that was former police commissioner Ed Norris. He says people are leaving the city in droves and crime is to blame. Reporting live in Canton, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Shannon. We want to hear from you. Do you think current city leadership can fix the crime problem? So far, 98% of those who have voted say no. You can weigh in right now by heading to foxbaltimore.com/vote.
Today, Harford County leaders will discuss the 2024 budget. Topping our next half hour, why the county executive and superintendent can't agree on school funding.
And stocks tumbling. Look at that. In the wake of yet another rate hike, the bank now in question with significant losses overnight.
Start to your May 4th. We're talking about temperatures this afternoon that are going to be a bit warmer, and then that warming trend for the weekend looking real nice, Clark. We'll take a closer look at that coming up.
Markets taking another plunge on rate hikes, plus fear on another possible bank collapse.
Megan Gillen is at our live center with where things stand this morning. Megan.
It's been fluctuating, but as at this hour, guys, check it out. We've got Pacific Western Bank stock here seeing a steep sell-off overnight. Expected to lose, as you take a look right here, nearly 40% of its value when markets open at 9:30 this morning. Guys, that is on top of the big losses we were telling you about yesterday morning right here from our live center. PacWest just out with a statement this morning, hoping to ease fears, perhaps, saying, quote, the bank has not experienced out of the ordinary deposit flows since the sale of First Republic Bank on Monday. Core customer deposits have increased since March 31st, and cash and available liquidity remains solid. However, since the banking crisis started in March, PacWest has lost more than 3/4 of its value. And this morning, it is said to be considering its strategic options. Investor code for really please help. Those options could include selling PacWest, splitting it up, or trying to raise enough capital to stay afloat. As the Fed has raised interest rates, banks that bought long-term bonds, we have seen them rapidly lose their value. And with yesterday's announcement of yet another hike, the cost to borrow money is now the highest level since 2007. The failure of First Republic on Monday reigniting those concerns for customers and businesses with large accounts at smaller regional banks that their investments might not be covered if the bank goes under. That, of course, then leading many to move their funds elsewhere, leaving some banks on the brink of not having enough cash to cover withdrawals. Taking you live to New York City now this morning, where we're going to be watching to see what happens with PacWest and other banking stocks when those markets open this morning, just over 2 hours from right now. That's the latest from our live center. Back to you, Tom.
Thank you, Megan. A national report reveals school test scores falling beyond Baltimore. Why some blame the pandemic, why others are claiming this is a wake-up call.
This morning, more questions are being raised about how legalized recreational marijuana revenue will be used. In our next half hour, the city's possible solution and why some are saying it's the wrong way to go. 6:12, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. 6:15 now. The National Assessment of Educational Progress releases another report card.
Now, this one looks at 8th grade scores in the U.S. with history and civics. Both are on the decline, dropping by 5 and 2 points, respectively.
Now, that same was true for math and reading in the fall. Officials say the decline was largely due to COVID-19 pandemic disruptions. Some advocates feel the numbers should be a wake-up call.
When you look at all these scores in context, they paint a picture that is painfully clear that says our current system is not working. It is not that students are failing school, it's that our schools are failing students.
U.S. Education Secretary Miguel Cardona reacting to the scores yesterday. In a statement, he read, "Banning history books and censoring educators from teaching these important subjects does our students a disservice and will move America in the wrong direction."
Well, we are seeing those problems here in Baltimore. A recent Project Baltimore report shows that 23 schools with 0 students among those tested proficient in math.
During a city council hearing on the issue just last week, city school CEO Dr. Sonia Santelises painted Baltimore as part of a bigger problem. Fox 45 News pressed her on that. Take a listen.
Do you think that the parents of these kids in these 23 schools care that other students are failing when their students are the ones that are struggling to succeed? What do you say to families who are dealing with this, and especially when you say that you knew this was going to happen?
Well, we'll try and get back to her response to that, but Fox 45's Project Baltimore has done extensive reporting on the test and the other failures within some city public schools. You can find it on our website, foxbaltimore.com/Project Baltimore.
All right, let's find out exactly how warm it's going to feel today. Hopefully a lot nicer than yesterday.
I see sun behind him, so once we take the full shot, you'll see that.
Yep.
Hopefully we'll feel that, though.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Today, the process begins.
The transition.
It's a little bit, I mean, it's
Okay.
cold this morning because we don't have any clouds out there. But, yeah, we do have that bright sunrise, and I was talking about it earlier, how we love showing you the sunrise. At least I do. Love being able to share this with you every weekday morning right here. Our Toyota Inner Harbor Skycam shining bright like a diamond, looking out toward the east right now with nothing but sunshine and blue skies. Now, temperatures, a little cold. We're close to 30s here, officially 40 degrees at BWI Thurgood Marshall. Notice the right side of your screen. We always have those temperatures up. Some of us are in the 30s right now. And the bottom of your screen always has some of the forecast info for your neighborhood. That way you know exactly what it's going to be like later today to plan out your afternoon. Here's a look right now at our HD radar. Definitely a lot quieter than we were just a little while ago. And even the last couple of mornings when we were tracking snow in western Maryland for yesterday. In fact, the last couple of days we've been seeing that. But that area of low pressure eventually moving out of here, and we'll see more of that sunshine as we head later into the afternoon. Getting the kids out to the bus stop. Beep, beep. Go ahead and make sure they are bundled up this morning as temps are going to stay cold. We'll get to about 60 by noontime and recess and into those lower 60s in that 2 and 3 o'clock hour. Still a bit breezy later this afternoon. Golfers hitting the links today on your forecast. Right about 50 through 9 a.m. Definitely drier, but probably at least a 1-club wind for you later this afternoon. Let's check some of those numbers. Typically 72 is where we are this time of year. Upper 50s and lower 60s across Carroll and Baltimore counties. 64 your high today in Dundalk. Harford and Cecil counties will see those upper 50s and lower 60s for Bel Air and Aberdeen into the northeast area. Elkton right about 64 this afternoon. So some steady improvement. And if you want to get the mower going, here we go. Yeah, the Mowcast is back in terms of green lights for you. Thursday, Friday, and Saturday drying out nicely, especially tomorrow and Saturday, some drier days ahead. And that grass may be still a little bit wet from the rain that we've had last few days. So our futures cam, still a chance of a shower? Yeah, it's still there today. You'll see more of those clouds kind of popping up to the later part of the afternoon, those stratocumulus clouds. Taking you into Friday, still a few clouds around, but less wind, and then into the weekend, definitely drier. Now, notice there's some showers well to the south of us, moving through southern Virginia, down through the Carolinas. We're not going to really be tracking any of that. Maybe a little bit more cloud cover, but that is about it. This is Mary C., who posted this picture of Rona the sheep, and that is from Port Deposit. So thank you, Mary in Port Deposit, for sending that picture in of Rona the sheep. I don't know if she's my Sharona or not, but either way, Mary, I appreciate that. JC Chambers at foxbaltimore.com is my email. Love to get your pet pics on TV. 63 today, upper 60s tomorrow, low to mid 70s into our Cinco de Mayo weekend, even upper 70s into early next week. Let's get a check on mass transit. Mark Jones with the MTA. The Knack had that song, My Sharona. Mark.
That's right, The Knack. I remember that. That's a great song. Good morning, Justin. Good morning, everyone. Out there right now on the MARC train system, you'll find 10 train 511 and Camden 845, both operating with 5-minute delays. Allow time for travel in those instances. The other trains, right on time for travel. If your ride is on light rail link, nothing in your way, looking good in both directions of light rail link service and Metro Subway Link on schedule between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
We've got some traffic alerts for you this morning. The Bay Bridge will have some delays through the remainder of this week. One lane of the eastbound span will be closed from 9 until noon today for preservation and maintenance work. One lane of the westbound span will also be closed for at least 6 hours each night through Saturday. You can check the full closure schedule at foxbaltimore.com. And this weekend, the entire Baltimore metro system is having a major shutdown. Officials say it is a planned one. It's not like the month-long shutdown back in 2018, but it does start tomorrow at 6 p.m. all the way through Monday, May 8th at 5 a.m. A bus bridge will be operating this weekend between all metro subway stations every 30 minutes.
Masked Singer one step closer to its semi-finals. Still to come this morning, we take a look at the latest reveal.
Recreational marijuana will bring in millions of dollars in revenue, but just how will our city and state use it? More on that coming up. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
.624 new this morning. Goucher College just released its latest poll. This one focusing on sports in Maryland. The polling took place from April 18th through the 23rd with 800 Marylanders. Take a look at sports betting. 23% say they're likely to place a bet on sports sometime over the next year. 76% say they won't. When it comes to baseball, 44% say they're Orioles fans. 14% say they're fans of the Washington Nationals. 4% say they're fans of both teams. 13% say they're fans of another team altogether. And then 24% say they aren't fans of any team.
Topping your health headlines this Thursday morning, the FDA approves the world's first vaccine for RSV. The highly contagious respiratory virus causes mild cold-like symptoms. The drug is a single-dose shot for adults.
Fox 45 News, winner of 17 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
6:39, and this morning, the Atlanta community is recovering after a mass shooting at a hospital, and it turns into a manhunt.
Megan Gillen is at our live center with what we know now. Megan.
That's right, guys. We are taking you live to Atlanta here this morning, where a Midtown hospital is going to be closed today following yesterday's mass shooting there. The alleged gunman, take a look. This man that you see right here, this is 24-year-old Dion Patterson. He is currently in the Fulton County Jail as he is now facing 1 count of murder and 4 counts of aggravated assault. Patterson led police on an 8-hour-long manhunt yesterday afternoon after allegedly shooting 5 women, killing 1 of them. Patterson then left the building and he went to a nearby gas station where he allegedly took a pickup truck that had been left running unattended. The chaos prompting a shelter-in-place order for that immediate area. He was then arrested just before 8 o'clock p.m. thanks to a tip from a condominium complex about a mile from the scene. Police say Patterson was in Midtown Atlanta's Northside Hospital. He was there for an appointment. We are learning he was a Coast Guardsman until he was discharged in 2023. Now, this morning, police have identified the victim that you see right here. We'll go ahead and pull up her picture for you. 38-year-old Amy St. Pierre. She was an employee of the CDC that was killed yesterday in this. We're told the other 4 victims are recovering right now in the hospital. They are expected to survive. They range in age from 25 to 71 years old. That's the latest from our live center. Tom.
Thank you, Megan. A house goes up in flames, fills with smoke in Annapolis. The challenges Anne Arundel County firefighters face while looking for survivors.
I'm Atrell Najar in Washington with how the federal government is trying to get ahead of artificial intelligence, as experts warn it could quickly disrupt everyday life.
6:41 is the time. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. 6:44 now to your morning rush. One person is dead after a fire in Pasadena. Anne Arundel County firefighters say the wind and heavy smoke made fighting that fire difficult. The cause is still under investigation.
In Baltimore County, a child recovering after being hit by a vehicle. This happened on Ridge Avenue in Halethorpe, not far from Lamb of God School. Police say that the child was attempting to cross the street when it happened.
Baltimore City is facing a recruitment problem. The issue surfaced publicly after a city council committee hearing on Tuesday. Olivia Dance joins us now live. And Olivia, what is going on? Why are they having problems filling these positions?
Well, Patrice, the hearing came after reports that the mayor's communications director and chief of staff left their positions. But beyond that, there are still several vacancies here at City Hall, including the Department of Public Works director, the head of procurement, and the fire chief. Now, according to Faith Leach, the city administrator, and Quentin Herbert, who is the city's human resources director, despite hiring incentives to attract top talent, they say the city faces a major hurdle. Now, that hurdle is the city's requirement that executives live in Baltimore City. Despite that, some city leaders are in favor of keeping the requirement, including Councilwoman McCrae, who thinks that if executives are required to live in the city, then they will spend their money here too. Now, coming up in about 15 minutes, one critic weighs in on why crime could be a factor in the city's struggle to fill those positions. Back to you.
Well, violence sparing no zip code in Baltimore. Shannon Lilly is joining us live from Canton this morning with a look at the unpredictability of Baltimore's crime crisis. Shannon?
Yeah, if you ask most people in this area of Canton, Tom, they would tell you it feels relatively safe. But on Sunday, this T-Mobile here behind me became the location of a brazen armed robbery and murder, and crime has not stopped since. In fact, last night, we know that shots were fired over in Charles Village, and that happened close to the Safeway there. Then on Tuesday night, a pizza delivery driver was shot in the face while delivering an order just outside Druid Hill Park. And so it's a seemingly never-ending cycle. Stay with us because in 15 minutes, we're going to take a closer look at each of these cases. Plus, we're going to hear from former Police Commissioner Ed Norris about this crime crisis. Now back to you.
6:46. It's time to get over to meteorologist Justin Chambers. You're coming in with...
Well, I don't have my clicker because I was so excited about my ticket, which if you missed it yesterday, you guys surprised me that I get to go to the Bromo Seltzer Tower coming up next Wednesday.
Right.
And be live.
Mm-hmm. You were giddy like a child.
I was. Yeah, I still am. So while you enjoy this gorgeous shot with the incorrect clock, I'll walk back here and get my clicker. Do we have any music for this? No? All right. I thought there'd be like a little interlude music, you know, like in the elevator music. Remember that Muzak? That thing it was called Muzak, and it was just like dun dun. So apparently I get to go somewhere in there and then kind of like right here, but I can't go up there. That's what they're telling me. Either way, next Wednesday, live from the Bromo Seltzer Tower. Should be good weather, too. In fact, overall, we're looking pretty nice here this morning, albeit cold. But finally, our HD radar is kind of cleared out. Still could see the potential of a few leftover showers, basically as that area of low pressure slides off toward the east. The backside of that still could pick up a little bit more cloud cover later this afternoon, which may prompt a stray shower or two. But overall, we are drier. And as we continue to see these numbers go up as you rise and shine with us, next couple of hours, low to mid 40s and close to about 50 by 9 a.m. Sun will be up until 8:03 tonight. And hanging out there at Penn Station, that 10 o'clock hour, looking at temps in the mid 50s for your Cinco de Mayo Eve, 63 by about 2 o'clock this afternoon. And if you're getting into some happy hour action this afternoon, we're still looking at those temperatures in the lower 60s. So a little warmer than yesterday. Pollen numbers have come down just a bit. Trees and grass in that moderate category, mold back into the low category for now. Here's a look at your high temperature. 72 is typically where we are. We're still below average, but some improvement from the last 2 days in the 50s. Still some upper 50s in Westminster and Bel Air, but a lot of us will slide into the lower 60s. Cockeysville, Baltimore, across the bay into Stevensville, down into Easton there in Talbot County, Chestertown at 60 as well. And lower 60s for D.C., while we're close to 60 in Philly this afternoon, even down the ocean, looking at numbers there at about 59 in Ocean City. So temperature tracker, warmer tomorrow, continuing that upward climb right as we head into the weekend. In fact, we're going to see some above average numbers starting on Sunday and into Monday and Tuesday of next week. We haven't said that for a while. Here's a look at that future scan. So overall, that northwesterly flow will be with us today as that low exit stage right. Tomorrow, more of that ridge of high pressure is going to slide in. And when you see that H on the map, that typically means we've got drier conditions and typically means warmer temperatures as well. Shout out to Valley P, and look at that sweet puppy. Hendrix just celebrated a birthday. The dog fits right under the table in that little spot right there. So thanks, Valley, for sending that picture in. I love showing your pet pics and a great morning or afternoon to get the dogs walked and the kitties outside as well. We're looking at JC Chambers at foxbaltimore.com. That's my email. 63 today, upper 60s tomorrow, low to mid 70s into Saturday and Sunday. We stay dry through the early part of next week. Next chance for some rain showers comes by next Tuesday.
The Masked Singer is just 1 week away from the semifinals.
Mark Clark joins us live in studio with a look at last night's unmasking. So here's a spoiler alert, right? You're going to reveal some things?
I'm going to reveal something. You're right. If you're a Masked Singer fan and you haven't watched last night's episode, this is your spoiler alert warning now. Let's take a look at the latest Not So Masked Singer. And there you have it. The UFO is revealed as Olivia Culpo, and she's a model, influencer, and former Miss America. Now, after the reveal, Robin Thicke tweeted at Culpo saying her unmasking was amazing, and she is multi-talented. Isn't that nice, guys?
Yeah.
Yes.
Was he in her DMs too? Well, you know.
Wait a minute.
I'm just joking.
Wow.
I don't know what's
Wow,
going on
Patrice.
there. But that was a very cute UFO costume.
Yes, it was. It was.
I didn't know who she was, though, until we explained it.
Well, hey, man, we'll tell you more about it coming up later in the show.
Okay.
Sounds good. Sounds good. Thank
Did you know?
No.
Okay.
No idea.
As the warmer temperatures gear up this spring, it is the perfect time to go fly fishing. So to come this morning, we're going to take a look at where you can get your feet wet.
Today, Ravens MVP quarterback will finally address the media after signing a record-breaking contract where he's expecting to address with the Flock's leadership by his side.
You know, people grab their popcorn and sit and wait for stuff like that, just listening to the announcements. I'm going to grab a cup of coffee.
6:54 in your assignment, America. Regulators claim Meta misled parents about their children's privacy on the Messenger Kids app. The FTC says the company misrepresented the type of access developers had to the app and on the app. The agency is proposing a change to previous privacy orders with Meta to prohibit it from collecting data on people under the age of 18, including virtual reality products. Now, the social media company would also be required to add more privacy protections for users.
Regulators and attorneys are taking issue with how some companies are using artificial intelligence in their hiring process. The Equal Employment Opportunity Commission has been examining how technology can impact employment decisions since 2021. The commission is increasing its efforts to ensure businesses are complying with federal law. The agency and FTC say AI can provide for more efficiency in the hiring process, but it can also create unlawful bias and discrimination. The FTC says it will enforce the law against any, quote, unfair or deceptive practices by a company.
As the Writers Guild of America goes on strike for the first time in 15 years, they are on strike. The biggest threat writers might have is AI writing their scripts.
Critics say the fast advancing tech could have lasting impacts on the industry.
More than 11,000 writers for film and TV, they are now on strike and started striking Monday morning. AI potentially replacing the writers is just one part of their dispute. The other parts of the dispute about pay in the era of streaming video. While Hollywood wrestles with the issue of AI replacing their workers, computer scientists, they are sounding a much bigger alarm.
I want to sort of blow the whistle and say we should worry seriously about how we stop these things getting control over us.
Well, today, Vice President Kamala Harris will meet with CEOs of leading AI companies with the goal of driving ethical innovation. Microsoft's chief economist joins the list of experts issuing warnings about advancements in artificial intelligence and what that could do to the economy, politics, and aspects of everyday life.
And national correspondent Atra Alnashar takes a closer look as tech companies are in a race to be the leader of AI.
AI progressing at a breakneck pace has experts in government and technology sounding alarm bells much sooner than they expected. No better example than Geoffrey Hinton, known as the godfather of AI for developing fundamental AI technology. He worked at Google up until this week. Here's what he said about the company's work just a couple of months ago.
They're extremely cautious about AI because they've got this wonderful search engine that gives you the answers you want to see, and they can't afford to risk that.
Now resigned from Google, saying this.
I want to sort of blow the whistle and say we should worry seriously about how we stop these things getting control over us.
Advancements in AI like chatbots, prompting comparisons to other society-altering upgrades in tech, like the proliferation of social media, but with higher stakes.
It knows how to program, so it'll figure out ways of getting around restrictions we put on it. It'll figure out ways of manipulating people to do what it wants.
In a statement to the New York Times, Google's chief scientist, Jeff Dean, says, "We remain committed to a responsible approach to AI. We're continually learning to understand emerging risks while also innovating boldly." The Federal Trade Commission also trying to balance support for innovation with user protection. In an op-ed for The Times, FTC Chair Lina Khan lays out some economic risks too, like AI being used to facilitate price fixing or reinforcing market dominance of large firms. Meanwhile, IBM announcing the company expects to pause hiring for 7,800 positions that could be replaced by AI. On Thursday, Vice President Kamala Harris and senior administration officials will meet with the CEOs of Google, Microsoft, OpenAI, and Anthropic. A White House official tells me they let these executives know they aim to have a frank conversation about the current and near-term risks of AI and how they can work together on the issue, echoing the president's call on companies to make sure their products are safe before they're public. In Washington, I'm Atra Alnashar.
There's trouble at City Hall as key positions remain vacant. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, find out why the city's struggling to fill those positions.
Violence happening anywhere and anytime in Baltimore. Just ahead, we're going to take a look at some of the most recent cases, plus the unpredictability of the crime crisis in our city.
And taking a look at our temperatures, we are going to see cooler numbers this morning, but we're warming up for the afternoon. We're going to break down what we can expect for your warmer weekend ahead.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good morning on this Thursday, May 4th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. It's the little things around here that get us excited. We're coming up on 7 o'clock, and we still have our old chairs.
Oh, yeah, but we have some new chairs.
New chairs, and we're very excited. They're right behind that wall. We're going to reveal them.
Well, in a minute, but it's funny how we all made points in commercial breaks to get up, run over to where they were being assembled, sit in them.
Well,
it's the little things.
And I mean, yeah, it is the little things. We just...
Oh, don't show
it. It's not good. Yeah.
This is my chair. See that? This is the chair that
we got to get a new one.
Requesting
you
get
don't
replaced
have
for
to
4
show
years.
everybody.
I'm sorry, but it's been 4 years, so it's a big deal.
Well, you got to
that we're
take better care of your things, Tom.
I know. I'm sorry.
That's why we can't have nice things.
Well, and our friend Jimmy, new Jimmy that's here, he was here early putting these chairs together. So
thank you, Jimmy.
We're very excited to...
Several cups of coffee later for him.
Yes. So we're excited. New Chair Day. All right. And we've got Sun to celebrate New Chair Day. Looking at all the chairs there at M&T Bank Stadium, 67,000 plus or whatever the number is over there. Our temperatures right now, I can tell you these numbers, 30s and 40s across the state. In fact, some lower 40s for Westminster, Bel Air, and Baltimore City. 48 your temp in Annapolis, still some 30s in parts of Howard County this morning. So after a cold Thursday morning, we will see the warming trend begin today, and a very pleasant weekend is ahead. So Mr. Bo says as we are good to go, as we are heading out here next couple of hours in the low to mid 40s, maybe you'll need the bun warmers on your chair in the car, but numbers upper 50s and lower 60s today, guys, so a little bit warmer, still below average for this time of year. We'll do your full forecast over on that big green wall in a few minutes, and we'll talk about just how warm we get this weekend. Patrice?
All right, let's see what's happening on the roads out there. Looking at our Lynn Stoller traffic network, there is an accident on 95 southbound. 3 cars involved. So if you're heading that way, you might want to give yourself some extra time this morning.
We have had several candidates that have identified the residency requirement as a barrier in recruitment.
In a city in crisis, Baltimore City facing a recruitment problem, and city leaders say they are having difficulty finding the right people to fill some of the top positions all across various departments.
The issue surfaced publicly after a city council committee hearing. Olivia Dance joins us live now with a closer look at why it seems the city is having some trouble filling these positions. Olivia?
Well, Tom and Patrice, that hearing came after reports that the mayor's chief of staff and communications director left their positions. But beyond that, there are still several vacancies right here at City Hall, including the Department of Public Works director, the head of procurement, and the fire chief. Now, according to Faith Leach, the city administrator, and Quentin Herbert, who is the city's human resources director, despite hiring incentives to attract top talent, they say the city faces a major hurdle. That hurdle is the city's requirement that executives live in Baltimore City.
We have one agency where we've been recruiting for a bureau head for quite some time, and a person has been acting in an interim capacity, and that person would be, quite frankly, the ideal candidate for the position. But they don't want to sell their house in the county to move into the city and start over again.
But Europe C. Morgan from the People for Elected Accountability and Civic Engagement, or PEACE, thinks the city should remove the residency requirement. She also says she's not surprised the city is finding it difficult to find people willing to move to Baltimore.
I think it's a combination of things. I think one, it is the fact that, who wants to uproot their life if they don't have to, especially if they live right within driving distance. But then when you look at the reason why people are leaving the city, which is probably, I think, a reason why many people would not want to move into the city. Crime is, of course, the biggest factor, but also then quality of life.
And at the hearing on Tuesday night, city leaders didn't address the issues with Baltimore as the reason why many candidates might not want to live here. Tom and Patrice, back to you.
Yeah, Olivia, you mentioned Euripsy Morgan. We just heard from her, and she thinks the city should remove the residency requirement. At Tuesday's hearing, though, we also heard from somebody that was in favor of this requirement.
Yeah, Tom, that's right. Councilwoman McCrae is among those who think that they should keep this requirement. She thinks that if executives are required to live in the city, then they will spend their money here as well. But for now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Violent crime is a big issue that could keep people from wanting to move into the city. Former Police Commissioner Ed Norris says the violence is getting out of control.
There is violence everywhere. And it used to be confined to certain neighborhoods that people knew where not to go. Like you wouldn't be on Greenmount Avenue at 2:30 in the morning or something like that. But now it's extended throughout the city.
Well, from Canton to the Inner Harbor, Charles Village, Druid Hill Park, and beyond, violence seems to be happening anywhere and anytime in Baltimore. Shannon Lilly is joining us live from Canton with a look at the most recent cases and just the unpredictability of the crime crisis. Shannon.
And Patrice, this Canton community is still reeling from the brazen murder and armed robbery of a T-Mobile employee right here on Sunday. And more, we continue to see that no matter your zip code or time of day, crime is not sparing anyone. In fact, just last night, shots were fired in this area of Charles Village. You're looking at the scene right now. This is not far from the Safeway. And the scene was along Maryland Avenue and 25th Street. You can see here that that entire block was taped off. You can see all those shell casings there on the ground. Right now, no word, though, of a victim. And it comes just after another shocking act of violence happened Tuesday night. Police say a pizza delivery driver was shot in the face in this area outside of Druid Hill Park just before 11:30 while he was delivering an order. Police say the suspect shot the victim, then stole his car and drove away in it. And of course, you'll remember this chaotic scene from last month with two teens shot along Pratt Street just steps from the Inner Harbor. Cell phone video capturing the aftermath as crowds ran.
There's no boundaries, no time of day. It doesn't matter if it's the afternoon. Doesn't matter where you are. You can be the victim of a horrible, violent crime. When you step out of your house, you're in danger in this town. Doesn't matter where you are.
And that was former Police Commissioner Ed Norris. He says that people are leaving the city in droves and crime is to blame. Reporting live in Canton, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Local leaders and police are reporting a decrease in violent crime. According to city police, homicides and non-fatal shootings are down from last year. As of this morning, 89 people have been killed and 199 people have survived shootings. That's compared to over 100 homicides and 200 non-fatal shootings last year at this time.
Now, some are questioning what city leaders are actually focused on and whether they need to turn their full attention to crime.
Doesn't mean we can't do more than one thing at a time, but prioritize those things and make sure if we're going to have the conversation about how difficult, it is to do certain things like fight the crime in the schools, the education and everything. Let's make sure we're putting that as a top priority all the time. It has to be.
That was WBAL Radio's TJ Smith show. Smith said he's wondering where the council's priorities lie. And we want to hear from you. Do you think current city leadership can fix the crime problem? So far, 98% of those who have voted responding no. You can weigh in right now by heading to foxbaltimore.com/vote.
Firefighters put out a fire at a 3-story home this morning. It happened in Northwest Baltimore on Garrison Boulevard near Liberty Heights Avenue. On the right, you can see the flames and the smoke from the building. Then on the left, the aftermath that was left from that fire. We are still working to find out the cause and if anyone was injured.
Markets taking another plunge and rate hikes, plus fear surrounding a possible bank collapse.
Megan Gillen is at our live center with where things stand this morning. Megan.
Well, guys, check it out. We've got it pulled up here. Pacific Western Bank stock really just seeing that steep sell-off overnight. This has been fluctuating here this morning, but at this hour, it is expected to lose, look at that, just under 45% of its value when those markets open up at 9:30 this morning. And guys, that is on top of the big losses that we were telling you about yesterday morning right here from our live center. PacWest just out with a statement here this morning, hoping to ease fears, saying, quote, the bank has not experienced out of the ordinary deposit flows since the sale of First Republic Bank on Monday. Core customer deposits increased since March 31st. Cash and available liquidity remains solid. However, since the banking crisis started in March, PacWest has lost more than 3/4 of its value. And this morning, it is said to be considering its strategic options. Investor code for please help, really. Those options could include, guys, selling PacWest. It could mean splitting it up or maybe even trying to raise enough capital to stay afloat in the midst of all of this. As the Fed has raised interest rates, we've seen the banks that bought long-term bonds, they have seen them rapidly lose value. And with yesterday's announcement of yet another hike, The cost to borrow money is now at the highest level since 2007. The failure of First Republic on Monday really reigniting concerns for customers and businesses with those large accounts at smaller regional banks that their investments might not be covered if the bank goes under. That, of course, then leading many to move their funds elsewhere, leaving some banks on the brink of not having enough cash to cover those withdrawals. We want to take you live now to New York City here this morning, where we are going to be watching to see what happens with PacWest and other banking stocks when those markets open up this morning, just over 2 hours from right now. That's the latest from our live center.
New this morning, Goucher College just released its latest poll, this one focusing on sports in Maryland. The polling took place from April 18th through the 23rd with 800 Marylanders, and let's see what it says. Taking a look, sports betting, 23% say they are likely to place a bet on sports sometime over the next year. 76% say they won't. When it comes to baseball, 44% say they're Orioles fans, 14% say they're fans of the Washington Nationals, 4% say they're fans of both teams, 13% say they're fans of another team altogether, and 24% say they aren't fans of any team.
Taking a live look at Kansas City's skyline. You see that on the right, where the Orioles will be taking on the Royals today for their final Game 3 in this series. It's the rubber match, because yesterday, a day after scoring a season-high 11 runs, the O's offense had their worst night of the season. The Birds lost 6-0. So far this season, the O's have won 20 times with 10 losses. All right, from one sport to the other, happening today at noon, MVP quarterback Lamar Jackson addressing the media for the first time since agreeing to that record-setting 5-year contract extension with the Ravens. You think he's going to be all smiles?
Oh, I'm sure he is. I'm sure he's been smiles since he got that contract. He's going to be joined by head coach John Harbaugh, general manager Eric DeCosta. Today's going to be a great opportunity for the three to address questions surrounding the negotiations, which at one point had Jackson requesting a trade. Jackson agreed to a deal that is expected to be more than Philadelphia Eagles quarterback Jalen Hurts' $255 million contract. All right, so here's a look at the stories making headlines for us this hour. Project Baltimore finds yet another instance of the Maryland Department of Education redacting its student test scores, this time from 2011. Still ahead this morning, Fox 45 News' Project Baltimore is looking back at the drastic differences between then and now.
Battle over the budget just ahead. The disagreements happening in Harford County ahead of the hearing tonight. In fact, 7:12 is the time. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
For we believe that you can only move forward when you share data and you begin with a true baseline. We look forward to working
but
with you.
But what just happened to the state website is not sharing data, it's removing data from the website.
There are calls for an investigation into the Maryland State Department of Education after the agency changed the way it reports state test scores, hiding certain results from the public. Now, student test scores were posted to the state website, then removed and redacted. The Maryland State Department of Education blames the web vendor for prematurely posting student scores. The web vendor says they absolutely did not. Eurypsie Morgan, spokesperson for community group Peace, joins us with a look at the controversy and more broadly what this means for families and students and parents now. Someone obviously posted the information. The vendor says we provide the data, but we don't have the physical access to be the one to post it to the website. What do you think is happening here?
You know, I'd love to know what's happening. I actually sent a letter on behalf of Peace earlier this week to the superintendent of schools, Dr. Mohammed Chowdhury, asking for real transparency, some assurances for parents that we'll have real transparency, and also for an in-person meeting, which we have not heard back yet, because, as you know, the vendor, we've got this back and forth between the governor's office, the superintendent of schools, and the vendor, all of whom are just pointing fingers. It wasn't my fault. Oh, well, the schools the state was the one that had the ultimate and total control, I believe was what the vendor said, over the data. But the people we aren't talking about are the students.
Sean Kennedy with the Maryland Public Policy Institute says that this is a cover-up by the state education department, and he believes that the superintendent should step down. Has this risen to that level?
I think there are certainly enough questions that need to be answered, especially when you start looking at this broadly. This isn't just an issue in Baltimore City. This is statewide testing data. And we all knew after the pandemic that our children had fallen greatly behind in their education, but we didn't know to what extent. I think when the data came out earlier this year, there was a collective shock about how poorly students were doing across the state. And just to be clear, this organization focuses primarily on Baltimore City. I'm an Anne Arundel County parent, and when I was looking at the test scores in Anne Arundel County, in Baltimore County, the scores were incredibly low. How will we know where to best put our resources if we don't have accurate data?
And bringing the families and the students and parents into this, that is the bigger question. So for those families, what does this mean to them beyond the fact that the test scores aren't what parents would like to see for their students, but the fact that now that the state agency in charge of overseeing that education is embroiled in this back and forth in this controversy? What confidence can parents have?
I think that's a perfect phrase. It's a confidence, right? As parents, and my kids are about to get on the school bus and they won't come home till 3 o'clock this afternoon. They spend a lot of time away from us. We put a lot of trust in the school system that you are the educators, you know what you're doing. My kids will get on the school bus not knowing how to read, and they'll get off the school bus knowing how to read, right? There's a lot of trust that goes into that. When you start to see the state agency that is in charge of overseeing schools and education involved in this kind of a cover-up where they're not being, it doesn't seem like there's a lot of honesty going on, and everybody is finger pointing or they're seeming to cover their own tracks, how can parents be confident that their children, if there is more attention that's needed at their particular school, how can we be confident that that's going to happen when the data isn't even available?
All right, Eurypsie Morgan, thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
7:19 is your time right now. Our weather authority forecast looking out over the 395 down toward the Patapsco. Looking nice to see blue water and blue skies out there. Plenty of sunshine, even though it's a little chilly. Our numbers on the right side of your screen, most of us have been in the 30s and 40s throughout the morning. But as we head toward the afternoon, today begins the drying and warming process. Now, we'll really realize some of those warmer temperatures as we head into this upcoming weekend. Excuse me, as we look at our HD radar, finally seeing some drier conditions. We had some showers earlier this morning in western Maryland. Not completely done with the rain right yet. We have that area of low pressure that's going to be tracking out toward the east, and on the back side of that still could pick up a stray shower or two later today. Notice the northwesterly wind. You can see those arrows right there, that wind coming in from the northwest throughout the afternoon today. And again, still with some leftover moisture. 4 or 5 o'clock this afternoon, may see a stray pop-up shower. Looking about 6, 7 p.m. where some of these showers could roll right through through the Baltimore region and out toward Columbia as well. So overall, just, know that you still may have to run into at least 1 or 2 showers later today. Overall, in your bus stop forecast, beep, beep, as those kids get ready to go. Kiddos, we're talking about lower 40s, so make sure you are bundled up this morning. 60 through noontime and into the lower 60s into that 2 and 3 o'clock hour with a breezy afternoon. Today is National Bird Day, and we love our birds around here. I love Hank the bird right there. Good morning, Hank. Yeah, he's excited to hang out with his fellow bird and feathered friends. Looking at 50 here through the 9 o'clock hour and into the lower 60s into that noon hour. Of course, Orioles, Ravens, you know what I was talking about, right? Upper 50s, lower 60s for you across Carroll and Baltimore counties this afternoon, up into the Hereford zone at 57, 62 in Towson down through Lutherville and Timonium, 64 in Dundalk this afternoon. Howard and Anne Arundel counties will also keep some of those lower 60s. So even though we're still below average, a little bit warmer than yesterday. I do still have a yellow light on the car wash cast for today, only because we carry that slight chance of a shower. Friday and Saturday, green lights. We can definitely clean things out, clean those cars up as we head to the weekend. And overall, on your future scan, we are seeing those showers that will move through later today, drier conditions for tomorrow as well, and especially as we head into the weekend. Quickly want to show you, this is from Trisha F. Look at Blue, and Blue's hanging out in the flowers there in Annapolis. What a great shot, Trisha, from Anne Arundel County. Thank you very much for sending that picture in of Blue. We'd love to see the pictures of your pets. JC Chambers at foxbaltimore.com, and we will put your pets on TV. That's what I do every weekday morning. So after a high of 63 today, we're close to 70 tomorrow, low to mid 70s into Saturday and Sunday, upper 70s, even some lower 80s next week. All right, let's take a look at our commute right now. You guys are bouncing around over there. I can't wait.
We have new chairs, so we're excited about that. But if you're driving right now, especially taking a look at your Lens Solar Traffic Network, if you're in the area of 95, not too happy. We're hearing reports 3-vehicle accident 95 South just before White Marsh Boulevard. Left traffic lane and shoulder closed there. 895 South, another incident. This time, there's 1 vehicle and just before East Lombard Street. And then if you take the smartboard real quick, there's actually a car that's on its side. You see this right here, 695 at 70 here. And yeah, you can see there's multiple vehicles involved there. But traffic is getting by fine. There's no delays there. However, you still see that vehicle on its side in the median, and now an ambulance is there. So we'll check on this, see how this is shaping up.
This Fox 45 news segment is sponsored by Shine Medical Center.
7:22, and it's that time of year where we are celebrating Mom, and you can win extra spending money every day from now until May 12th. Grab your phone to scan the QR code you see right there on your screen for a chance to win $100 Visa gift card. You can play our Mother's Day Mania Trivia Contest. Get the question right, and you can win $100 daily prize. You don't even need to be a mom. Scan the QR code to get the Mother's Day Mania Trivia question of the day, and good luck. Open your hearts while opening your stride. And some wallets, too, if you will. Just ahead in our 8 o'clock hour, the simple way that you can help kids in foster care throughout the state.
And I'm here in Parkton this morning where I'm dressed and ready to go fly fishing for the first time. We're actually going to head down to the water in just a couple of minutes, and I'm going to learn from the pro and take you through the process step by step. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
726 and fly fishing is all the rage around the state.
Who knew? You can go on guided trips with flies in disguise and get even more out of the trade. Amy Aronson live in Harford, and she is learning a few tricks. She is knee deep in it. Good morning, Amy.
Good morning. Yeah, beautiful morning out here in Parkton. I am joined not just by any guide, but this is Orvis's Fly Fishing Guide of the Year. Brian Donaway with us this morning. I'm a lucky gal getting to spend the morning out here in the water and learning from an expert. So I've never done this before. You got me all dressed from the boots to the waders.
Yep.
I'm all
We're ready
set
to
now.
go.
So there's a whole process before you even get into the water.
Yeah, that's typically the hardest part of the whole thing, really, is getting dressed up, putting your boots on, getting your waders ready to go, and just getting suited up for a day on the water.
Okay, so you've got a lot of supplies here.
Yep.
Where do we even begin?
Yep. So the first thing is we're in the section of catch and release for the Gunpowder River here, where we're going to go after some wild brown trout, and we need to use a fly rod to do that. And in order to get these small little flies out to the fish, we've got to have a nice heavy fly line.
Okay.
About a 9-foot fly rod, and it looks a little funky. It's not your traditional fly or spinning reel, but you have this set up. You tie your fly on here, and you got a good selection of different flies. You want to use different times of the year. We've got dry flies that float on the surface, and we've got some nymphs that sink under the water. And what we're doing is trying to imitate those natural bugs that are drifting through these currents, through this water, that these fish are eating and feeding on during this time of year.
Okay, and it's a little chilly. Air temperatures are a little chilly this morning,
Right.
but you were saying the water is like perfect conditions for this.
Yeah, water being about 50 degrees right now. You know, the sun starts to peek over the ridge. We're going to see some action on top, hopefully, and go after some wild trout.
Okay, cool. I can't wait to see this all in action this morning, and eventually I'll try my hand at the rod. I've
Right,
got a lot of learning to do. I've got a couple of hours to learn it, guys. But if you want more information on joining Brian for some fly fishing lessons yourself, head over to foxbaltimore.com/newslinks, and you can get all the details there. Tom, Patrice, this could be a good Fox 45 outing. We could get you guys in
Come
waders
on,
and
yeah.
boots, too. What do you think?
We can do it. I've been to that exact spot right
Come
there on the
join me.
Gunpowder many times, right across from Harford High School. I've been down there. I know it's a little walk for you there, Amy. Hopefully they let you drive all the way down to the end.
It just seems relaxing, though, listening to the water out there. So this is going to be good. We can't wait to check back in with you. All right.
And he was just talking about that. Fisherman was talking about the sun coming out, warming up that water. We'll be getting more sunshine today. Highs back into the 60s.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers letting us know when we could even see the 70s, possibly even 80s.
Harford County leaders are holding a budget hearing today. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, find out why the county executive and superintendent can't seem to agree. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Welcome back on this Thursday morning. Coming up on 7:32, I'm Patrice Sanders.
Tom Rogers, yeah. Let's just relax and get.
Come on,
I don't know what you're talking about.
In our new chairs.
We've got,
I want to see the bounce.
Right now.
Come on, can you do the bounce for me?
No, I said we can't bounce in them because we will have broken them by the end of the week if we just keep bouncing like that. The hydraulics will be gone. We'll be back to old chairs.
Mary and Kai are going to come in and I'd be like, I thought we had new chairs. They're already broken for the morning show. So
we're coming in and they'll be doing this the whole time.
Right, exactly. Yeah. All right, well, we're happy. It's new chair day. Yeah. Woo! Cool. Let's take a look outside. I hope you're enjoying your morning. Look, we're just trying to give you some positivity, get you going, looking out over the inner harbor right now. Lots of sunshine. It's still chilly, and boaters and watermen, ahoy. Just remember, there's a small craft advisory until 2 o'clock this afternoon. Those winds are going to be out of the northwest, about 10 to 15, even 20 knots gusting, and could see 2-foot waves. So just be aware if you are going to be on the water, still chilly with that low tide. The Patapsco 134 back in at 6:40 tonight. Your 3 TCAS, 63 today, 49 tonight, and we're almost at 70 tomorrow. So tomorrow will be an even nicer afternoon, but at least today we begin that warming process. We'll come back in a few minutes, at least I will. We'll do some weather for you over on that big green wall. We'll talk about exactly how warm we get through the course of our weekend.
7:33 now. The Maryland State Department of Education is facing questions over transparency after redacting state test scores and making less information available to the public.
As Project Baltimore's Chris Papps explains, this is not the first time the state has changed the way the test scores are reported, but the last time it was handled very differently.
But for the 12-13 school year,
the date was June 21st. 2011.
Today is a big ending for me.
At this Maryland State Board of Education meeting, Dr. Nancy Grasmick, after 20 years, stepped down as the nation's longest-serving state superintendent of schools.
I've been very privileged. Thank you.
But Grasmick's retirement was not the only noteworthy event that came out of this meeting. It was also on that day the Maryland State Department of Education announced new standards for reporting student test results to the public. According to state archives, Dr. Grasmick wrote this letter to the board members explaining the new guidelines. This PowerPoint presentation was also delivered to the school board. The presentation explained that Maryland would begin redacting more test score data to protect student privacy in order to align with federal recommendations that were updated 1 year earlier in 2010. Board members were told exactly what the changes were and why certain test results that had previously been public would now be redacted. In other words, Grasmick told the public and state leaders what her department was doing and why, to align with new federal guidelines. Compare that to what just happened in March, when current state superintendent Mohammed Chaudhry's administration changed how the scores are reported, redacting many of the results. But this time, there was no presentation to the board. There are no new federal guidelines and no input from state leaders, including Governor Wes Moore.
We did not.
That is how the governor responded when Fox 45 asked if his office knew MSDE planned to change how data is released to the public, making less information available.
The fact that there is not the level of coordination between the Department of Education and the governor's office is something that needs to be fixed. It's something that needs to be addressed. We've got to do better when it comes to being able to present accountable, transparent results in our public education system.
President Crawford?
Yes, I'd like to say something.
The president of the Maryland State Board of Education, Clarence Crawford, told Fox 45 he was not made aware either. But he said he stands by the superintendent, even though Crawford added he believes sharing data with the public is important.
Well, we believe that you can only move forward when you share data and you begin with a true baseline. We look forward to working
But
with you.
But what just happened to the state website is not sharing data, it's removing data from the website.
This comes after the agency.
Project Baltimore broke this story last month. And despite our many attempts, the state superintendent will not agree to an interview. Chaudhary, according to his contract, earned $310,000 last year.
Mr. Chaudhary, Chris Papps with FOX45.
But when we went to a board meeting to get answers,
removing test scores from the website,
he locked himself behind a door. The decision to provide less information to the public is raising questions over motive, whether Chaudhry's administration is trying to hide how poorly some schools are performing. Some, including Senator Justin Reedy, says lawmakers should hold a hearing to question the superintendent.
It looks to me like a government agency that found some reasons why they could excuse why they want to take data down that's embarrassing.
MSDE further redacted the data after Project Baltimore exposed how 23 schools in Baltimore City and 7 in Baltimore County had 0 students test proficient in math.
I want to be able to get these children in school.
Compare that to what was happening in 2011, when Dr. Grasmick changed how MSDE reports test results. Education Week had recently ranked Maryland public schools #1 in America. I'm Chris Pabst, and this is Project Baltimore.
From the north to the south, Baltimore City crime happening everywhere. Still ahead this morning, the latest shooting that happened near a shopping area.
We have warmer weekend ahead. Just how high those temperatures, though, will climb. 7:38 is the time. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Turning now to counties under pressure, as today, Harford County leaders will have a hearing on the 2024 budget.
The Harford County Executive Bob Castley and Dr. Sean Bolson, the Harford County Superintendent, seem to be at odds over proposed funding for schools.
Olivia Dance joins us live with why the two can't seem to agree. Olivia?
Well, Tom and Patrice, the budget hearing starts at 7 tonight, and many parents are expected to attend since the county executive's proposed budget gives less money to the school system. Now, County Executive Casserly is arguing that they must take a fiscally responsible approach.
We've more than fully funded the state, our educational budget over the last several years, and that's enabled our Board of Education to accumulate a fund balance of over $93 million. And there's way too much money going into the central office where most folks are still working remotely, and not into the classroom where teachers are working every day.
Casserly is allocating roughly $305 million for Harford County Public Schools, less than the $324 million provided last year by the previous administration. District Superintendent Dr. Sean Bolson says only 25 central office staff work remotely, and the district shouldn't use its cash reserves for recurring expenses.
We requested $19 million above last year's funding. He's chosen to fund us at $19.5 million below what we received last year. We haven't seen funding go down year over year in the recorded history of Harford County.
Now, in a statement, the superintendent called this budget proposal the worst case scenario for the district, warning if more funding doesn't come through, there could be larger class sizes and uncompetitive teacher salaries. The county executive responding by saying the choices are to either live within our means or raise taxes, and he is opting to live within means. Now, the Harford County Council will be the ones to consider this proposed budget. And of course, you can find more details about tonight's hearing on our website at foxbaltimore.com. But for now, reporting live, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Olivia. A new Baltimore City proposal looks to limit the use of facial recognition software. Just ahead, why many argue it can make the city safer.
There's a major debate over whether state and elected officials should be banned from trading stocks. Just ahead in our 8 o'clock hour, what some are saying would correct the problem. 7:43, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Thousands leave Baltimore City, citing violence. Thousands have been shot and more than 2,000 have been killed in less than 10 years. Fighting violence and catching criminals should be top priority. One proposal to use facial recognition software causes some major debate, and now more legislation to limit it. And joining us now for this week's Fox Undercover, former police commissioner, current talk show host Ed Norris. Good morning, Ed.
Good morning.
Okay, so let's just read this real quick. This is coming from one of the council members. He said the risk associated with facial recognition technology include the potential for bias, inaccuracies, misuse that are particularly acute to communities of color and marginalized groups who have historically been subjected to discriminatory policing practices and surveillance. This is Christopher Burnett, who represents District 8. He is quoted as saying it's because of race they do not want to have this. There are lots of places, if you go anywhere on an airplane, in an airport, you travel by train, or you even go and see a game or anywhere in D.C., you're going to be under facial recognition technology. Just the January 6th attack, it was all caught. That's how they caught a lot of the people, because of facial recognition.
I know. It's a really valuable tool, and it's a fairly new technology. It's been around a while, but fairly new in the grand scheme of things, and it's very effective. And I don't know, I'm just fascinated how people resist things that can make the city safer. They didn't want the airplane, which was for free. Now you don't want facial recognition technology because it impacts people of color. Look, again, I'm going to say this till somebody listens to me. The police don't follow race. They follow crime. Unfortunately, in those neighborhoods that are black and brown, as he liked to put it in the article, that's where the crime is occurring for the most part, in a big concentration. That's why the police are there. That's why you need cameras there and facial recognition.
Ed, New York Police Department has used it successfully since 2011. Some people say, well, you can look back at some of the cases there, but the majority of them, they say this facial recognition system has been in place since 2011 and has been very successful.
It has been. I mean, look, it's not a conviction. It's not like you get the camera recognize your features and all of a sudden you go to prison. You have to, if there's something else that's going to take place, there's due process after that. So, I mean, I don't know why people are so worried about that. And first of all, when you step outside your house, you have no right to privacy. There is no reasonable right to privacy once you leave your house. If I can see what
that's the argument. That's what they're saying, is that these cameras can be used. Maybe they could be pointed into somebody's house, somebody's car. They're saying that these cameras can go in there and catch people doing things, and that they could be used against them.
Yeah, you can do a lot of things. It's illegal. If they point the cameras inside the house, they get in trouble. I mean, you can always have police abuse like that. That's why you have to correct it. But I mean, this is not the reason to not do something and endanger your city. It's the most twisted thinking we have here. We're worried about this tiny population of vicious criminals that run this place. And the overwhelming majority of people who are good people want to just get by in their lives, get their kids to school, work their jobs, enjoy their homes. Then we don't care about. They don't care how dangerous the city is as long as the crooks are happy.
Leave it right there. Thank you, Ed. You can always hear Ed Norris every morning, Monday through Friday, Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan from 6 to 10 a.m.
All right, coming up on 7:50. Good time to go over to meteorologist Justin Chambers.
Yeah, taking a look at our forecast with lots of sunshine that's out there. Chilly temperatures right now. You can see those on the right side of your screen. A lot of us have been hanging out in the 30s and 40s this morning, but the sun is shining on Fed Hill, and that is definitely a good thing, my friends. And if you're heading out there in the 8 o'clock hour, Cross Street Market, mid-40s is what we're talking about. Numbers as we take you through noon, close to about 60. Lunch outdoors, still a bit breezy at times later today, but overall temperatures topping out in the lower 60s. So some slight improvement from what we saw yesterday. 72 is typically where we are. We're still about 10 degrees below average, but those numbers are going to slide into the above average category within the next couple of days. Good day to go flying today, pilots. We're talking about visual flight rules, breezy conditions overall. A little north and northwesterly wind is what we're going to see through the later part of the day today on our future scan. May still see a stray pop-up shower late this afternoon into the evening. There's still some moisture left over and a bit unsettled in terms of the weather. But as we take a look at our ridge of high pressure, that's going to be Friday, and that's definitely making for some nicer, drier conditions and warmer conditions as well as we head into the weekend. Still could be seeing a few clouds, but the rain is going to be all done. Tomorrow, Cinco de Mayo, so just 1 day away. We're 10 days out from Mother's Day, 45 days out for Dad, and just inside of 7 weeks now from the summer solstice. Here's that 7-day forecast. Lower 60s today, upper 60s on Friday. We'll be in the low to mid 70s for Saturday and Sunday, even some upper 70s and lower 80s as we head toward the early part of next week.
Well, a one-of-a-kind festival returning to Harford County. Just ahead in our 9 o'clock hour, we're giving you a little taste of the Decoy and Wildlife Art Festival.
And we're 1 week away from the Masked Singer semifinals. After the break, the celebrity who won't be making it all the way.
And most of us won't make it all the way if we don't have coffee.
How do they drink coffee in their masks?
Straws.
That's why I'll never be able to do it.
No.
The only reason.
That's it.
It's time for a coffee break.
.54, and after last night's reveal, the Masked Singer is just 1 week away from the semifinals.
Mark Clark is joining us live in studio with a look at last night's unmasking. Good morning, Mark.
Good morning. If you are a Masked Singer fan and you have not watched last night's episode, this is your spoiler alert warning. Now let's take a look at the latest Not So Masked Singer. And there you have it. The UFO was revealed as Olivia Culpo. She is a model, influencer, and former Miss America. I know, Tom, you loved her, right?
I just found out who she was today. The reveal. Thank you.
The costume makes sense, though. UFO, Miss Universe.
Right, yeah. She's traveling out in space.
I don't know.
Yeah, there you go.
Maybe
I
a
like that,
connection?
Megan. Very, very cool.
So, guys, this thing has massive ratings.
Yeah.
It's been on a super long time. What do you think is the magic? What's the magic?
I think it's fun trying to figure out who's back there, and sometimes it's hit or miss because they have the really big names, and then sometimes they have names you may not readily be on the tip of your tongue.
And
but it's just fun.
Think are performers professionally? They've done it their whole life, and they get voted out right away.
I know. The clues have gotten a little more vague, though. When you look at the clue packages, it's hard to figure out what they're. I mean, they're saying something, but what they want you to get the clue from is like something that was on the table behind them.
So I always wonder if Nick Do you think he knows the people, or does he get that card and he's read the card as she's taking her mask off, and that's as soon as he knows?
I don't know, but he always says, I think I know this person. Like, he makes things like, I feel like this person had, like, we have chemistry. So I don't think he knows based on...
Until the very end. Which would make it that makes it better, I think.
If it stays on any longer, we're going to start to see Nick's kids as some of the masked singers.
There's a few of them.
For like the next few seasons. All right.
They could be a whole season.
Highs are going to be in the low 60s today. Just ahead, when we can expect a major warm-up.
Violence happening seemingly anytime, anywhere in the city. Just ahead, we're going to take a closer look at some of the most recent cases and the unpredictability of Baltimore's crime crisis. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good morning on this Thursday, May 4th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Megan Gillen. We're bringing in meteorologist Justin Chambers, and a happy day because we see some sun.
Yeah, lots more sunshine. We've already seen that this morning. That's going to continue as we head into the afternoon as well. And warmer numbers, too, slightly warmer conditions. O's will be back here at home coming up on Monday for a 10-game homestand. Didn't get the win last night in KC, but they can try to win the series here coming up today in Kansas City before they return back to Baltimore and Charm City. Chilly morning, but we'll see the warming trend begin today and a pleasant weekend ahead. Very nice conditions as we head later into the next few days. Out for a run or a jog in the next couple of hours, still in the low to mid 50s. Maybe grab an extra layer as you're stepping out. Back with your full forecast in just a few minutes from right now.
All right, let's see what's happening on the roadways at this 8 o'clock hour. Looking at our Lindstoller traffic network. Not a good day out there. At least 3 accidents causing delays throughout the Baltimore region. The first is on 695 Outer Loop, just past 72 cars involved there. Then on 70 West, just past 695, there is another accident. And then 95 South, right before White Marsh Boulevard, there is a 3-vehicle crash that is closing the traffic lane and the shoulder. So Be careful out there this morning.
Fox 45 News is following three big stories for you here at 8 o'clock. Trouble at City Hall as key administrative roles remain empty. Why some are pointing to the ongoing crime crisis. And that crime certainly top of mind this week as we see more gun violence throughout the city. The latest acts and the families that are now speaking out. And from the Live Center this morning, another regional bank fighting to stay above water and investors left on edge in the latest sign of the troubled economy.
There is violence everywhere. And it used to be confined to certain neighborhoods that people knew where not to go. But now it's extended throughout the city.
As a new month begins, violence continues to peg a city in crisis.
This morning, we have live team coverage on the crime striking Baltimore and the impact it's having on leadership in the city. In just a few minutes, Shannon Lilly will join us live with a look at the recent crime plaguing the city.
But first, we begin with Olivia Danson. She's taking a look at why city leaders are saying Baltimore cannot find people to fill some of its top position vacancies. Olivia.
Well, Megan and Patrice, that hearing came after reports that the mayor's chief of staff and communications director left their positions. But beyond that, there's still several vacancies here at City Hall, including the Department of Public Works director, the head of procurement, and the fire chief. Now, according to Faith Leach, the city administrator, and Quentin Herbert, who is the city's human resources director, despite hiring incentives to attract top talent, they say the city faces a major hurdle. That hurdle is the city's requirement that executives live in Baltimore City.
We have one agency where we've been recruiting for a bureau head for quite some time, and a person has been acting in an interim capacity, and that person would be, quite frankly, the ideal candidate for the position. But they don't want to sell their house in the county to move into the city and start over again.
But Euripsy Morgan from the People for Elected Accountability and Civic Engagement, or PEACE, thinks the city should remove the residency requirement. She also says she's not surprised the city is finding it difficult to find people willing to move to Baltimore.
I think it's a combination of things. I think one, it is the fact that, who wants to uproot their life if they don't have to, especially if they live right within driving distance. But then when you look at the reason why people are leaving the city, which is probably, I think, a reason why many people would not want to move into the city. Crime is, of course, the biggest factor, but also then quality of life.
And at that hearing on Tuesday night, city leaders didn't address the issues with Baltimore as the reason why many candidates might not want to live here. Patrice, back to you.
All right. So, Olivia, some people like Euripsy think that the city should remove that requirement. At the hearing on Tuesday, were there people in favor of keeping the requirement?
Yeah, Patrice, there are some city leaders who are in favor of keeping that requirement, and among them is Councilwoman McCrae, who thinks that if executives are required to live in the city, then they will spend their money here as well. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Well, violent crime is a big issue that could keep people from wanting to move into the city. Former Police Commissioner Ed Norris says the violence is getting out of control.
There is violence everywhere. And it used to be confined to certain neighborhoods that people knew where not to go, like you wouldn't be on Greenmount Avenue at 2:30 in the morning or something like that. But now it's extended throughout the city.
Well, from Canton to the Inner Harbor, Charles Village to Druid Hill Park and beyond, violence seems to be happening anywhere and anytime in Baltimore. Shannon Lilly continuing our live team coverage this morning. She is live in Canton right now with a look at the most recent cases and the unpredictability of Baltimore's crime crisis. Shannon.
And Megan, this Canton community is still reeling from that brazen armed robbery and murder of a T-Mobile employee here on Sunday. And more we continue to see crime sparing no zip code or time of day. In fact, just last night, shots were fired in Charles Village, and you're looking at the scene here on the left-hand side of your screen. We know that that's not far from the Safeway there, right along Maryland Avenue and 25th Street. And you can see there all of those shell casings right along the street there, and about a block was blocked off with crime scene tape. Right now, no word on a victim, though. But it comes just after another shocking act act of violence happened Tuesday night. Police say a pizza delivery driver was shot in the face right here in this area around Druid Hill Park just before 11:30 while he was delivering an order. Police say the suspect shot the victim, then stole his car and drove away in it. And of course, you'll remember this chaotic scene from last month. 2 teens were shot along Pratt Street. That is just steps from the Inner Harbor. Cell phone video capturing the aftermath as crowds ran.
There's no boundaries, no time of day. It doesn't matter if it's the afternoon, doesn't matter where you are. You can be the victim of a horrible, violent crime. When you step out your house, you're in danger in this town. Doesn't matter where you are.
And that was former Police Commissioner Ed Norris. He says people are leaving the city in droves and crime is to blame. Reporting live in Canton, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Well, we want to hear from you. Do you think current city leadership can fix the crime problem? So far, 99% of those who have voted say no. Head to foxbaltimore.com/vote to weigh in. Stocks taking another dive with the fear of yet another bank collapse after the break from the Live Center, the bank that is now in question with significant losses overnight.
And later today, Harford County leaders will further discuss the 2024 budget coming up in our next half hour. Why the county executive and superintendent are at odds over the school funding.
Lots of sunshine out there and eventually some slightly warmer temperatures today, but really warming up nicely for the weekend. We'll talk about it on Fox 45 Morning News. All local, all
Markets taking another plunge on rate hikes plus another bank collapse fear.
Tom Rogers at our Live Center with a look at where things stand this morning. Tom.
Yeah, Megan Patrice, Pacific Western Bank stock, or PacWest, seeing a steep sell-off overnight. Expected to lose nearly 40% of its value when markets open in about 90 minutes at 9:30 this morning. And that's on top of the big losses that we were telling you about just yesterday morning right here from our Live Center. Now, PacWest just releasing a statement this morning hoping to ease fears, writing, quote, "The bank has not experienced out-of-the-ordinary deposit flows since the sale of First Republic Bank Monday. Core customer deposits have increased since March 31st and cash and available liquidity remain solid. However, since the banking crisis started in March, PacWest has lost more than 3/4 of its value. And this morning, as you see right there, it's dropped 40%, 39.10%, considering it's said to be considering its strategic options. Investor code for please help. These options could include selling PacWest, splitting it up, or trying to raise enough capital to stay afloat. As the Fed has raised interest rates, banks that bought long-term bonds, they've seen them rapidly lose value. And with yesterday's announcement of yet another hike, the cost to borrow money is now at its highest level since 2007. The failure of First Republic Monday, reigniting concerns for customers and businesses with large accounts at smaller regional banks that their investments may not be covered if the bank goes under. That's leading many to move their funds elsewhere, leaving some banks on the brink, not having enough cash to cover all withdrawals. Taking you live, though, to New York City. We'll see if we can get New York City up. And yes, here we are, New York City, where we'll be watching to see what happens with PacWest and other banking stocks when the markets open this morning at 9:30. That's the latest from our live center.
All right, Tom, thank you. The Maryland State Department of Education facing questions over transparency after another instance of redacting state test scores. In our next half hour, Fox 45 News Project Baltimore dives into the differences between then and now.
Questions are being raised whether state and elected officials should be banned from trading stocks. After the break, a taxpayers expert weighs in on some potential solutions to that problem. 8:12, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Fox 45 News, winner of 17 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
Governor Wes Moore announcing this week the creation of a blind trust to oversee his investment holdings, including his cannabis investments. It's a move that legally removes him from controlling the assets while he is governor. This morning, David Williams with the Taxpayers Protection Alliance is joining us live to weigh in on all of this. David, good morning. Does this provide transparency? Does it avoid potential conflicts?
Good morning, Megan. And what a great move. And I commend Governor Moore for doing this. And listen, I disagree with a lot of his policies, but this is a fantastic move by the governor because this is transparency. And he has a lot of assets. I think it's upwards of $2.5 million. Now, on the federal level, it's another problem because you have federal officials who are allowed to trade stocks. Now, what they do is there are certain requirements for them is that they have to report this to the ethics committee. The problem is the fines are $200 if they don't report their stock trade. So you can see that it's a slap on the wrist, especially if you're going to make thousands upon thousands of dollars. And the federal government really needs to figure this out and really stop members of Congress from trading stocks, quite frankly.
David, we're seeing it happen. There's a member of Congress from Florida, meantime, receiving criticism. She dumped First Republic Bank stock just prior to the collapse. How do you ban this trading stocks from elected officials? What can be done?
Yeah, therein lies the problem is you have these conflicts of interest, right? And this legislation, well, the legislation has been around for years to stop members of Congress from doing this and just do like Governor Moore did and put it into a blind trust. And we're not saying that members of Congress can't invest. They just can't direct those investments. And there are like 4 or 5 pieces of legislation that would do this. Now, the one that my organization likes is the Trust Act, which says within 90 days, you have to divest all of your investments and put it into a blind trust. As a member of Congress, you can't do this, and your kids can't do this, because we saw this during the pandemic where members of Congress really saved themselves from losing a lot of money by trading stocks right before the pandemic hit. So members of Congress are enriching themselves, and average people don't have access to the information that members of Congress do.
What are the chances of that passing, David, something like the Trust Act?
Well, you have Republicans, you have Democrats, they're saying that we should pass this, but no one is doing anything. There are very few pieces of legislation where you have bipartisan support. And what I think is happening, Megan, is that every member of Congress says, yes, of course we should pass this, but it's never offered on the floor of the House or the Senate. So that's the really difficult part, is getting it to that point. And that's why we're trying to put pressure on Congress to do this. Listen, this is common sense. We have members of Congress, David Trone is worth, millions of dollars. We have other members of Congress who are worth millions of dollars. They don't need to trade stocks. And again, they can still invest money, but just not trade individual stocks. Huge conflict of interest.
And David, it'd be interesting then if you see limits coming up, term limits, because they might want to go back to making the money from their stocks down the road.
That's absolutely right. And we're going to see probably new members of Congress come in. If they can't make money from trading stocks, we may not need term limits, and we may see new members coming in. So, yeah, there's a lot going on.
Very interesting. All right, David, thanks for weighing in.
Thank you.
Well, 8:18 now and making headlines this morning. The Kentucky Derby is set for Saturday, but there's a dark cloud over Churchill Downs, where officials are calling the recent deaths of 4 horses unacceptable and troubling.
I'm shattered, basically, you know what I mean? Because I know it can't happen. Like, it's mind-boggling. Like, the odds of it happening twice is a trillion. I run 4,000, almost 4,000 horses, and it never happened like that. So it doesn't make sense.
The 4 racehorses have died in separate incidents, all within a 5-day stretch. Churchill Downs says 2 horses died after suffering musculoskeletal injuries. 2 other horses, both trained by Saffie Joseph Jr., suddenly died since the start of the Kentucky Derby week, which was April 29th. Churchill Downs says it is working with regulators to conduct swift and thorough investigations. The 149th Derby, the first horse race in the coveted Triple Crown, is set to run Saturday in Louisville, Kentucky.
Well, it has been cool, closer to home. Switching gears, but a warming trend is set to begin very soon.
I'm so excited for that. Let's get over to meteorologist Justin Chambers with a full look at the Weather Authority forecast, some grilling out, hanging out outside for the weekend, maybe.
Absolutely. Yeah, all of those things we love doing around here, especially in springtime. We can't go to a ball game only because those aren't going to be back until Monday of next week, but they've got a 10-day stretch. So the following weekend, we'll be able to get out there and celebrate Mom at the ballpark. 48 48 is your temperature right now. We're on our way to the lower 60s, so a chilly morning leading to the warming trend that begins today by about 5 or 6 degrees. It's going to be slow, at least today, but really nice as we head into a very pleasant weekend. Those numbers will be steadily climbing. Ahoy! Boaters and watermen, a small craft advisory until 2 o'clock this afternoon. So it's still breezy and cool out there with temperatures that stay in the 50s and 60s through most of the day. Some 2-foot waves are possible and northwest wind about 10 to 20 knots as well. So just be aware of that if you are going to be out on the water. A good weekend to get the boats all ready to go is this upcoming weekend. But got to get through today first with upper 50s and lower 60s across Carroll and Baltimore counties. Perry Hall, White Marsh, right about 60 today. 59 in Reisterstown, lower 60s for you out through Catonsville. As we look to Howard and Anne Arundel counties, numbers in the 60s for Ellicott City and Elk Ridge down to Odenton, 62 Severna Park, Glen Burnie, Pasadena, right about 62 as well. Now, overall, our pollen numbers, they're sneaking into that moderate category for trees and grass. It's down from the high category, but still, those allergies are out there. So that way, if you get the mower all fired up, ready to go on your mowcast, green lights today, tomorrow, and Saturday, it is drying out nicely. Maybe still a little squishy in some of your yards today. But the good news is we're really not tracking much in the way of rain. As this area of low pressure slides off toward the east, we'll still have some clouds building this afternoon. May see a stray shower late this afternoon and evening. Really less of a chance of rain on Friday. In fact, we're not tracking any rain as we head into the weekend. Then we're going to be seeing that low move on and that ridge of high pressure replacing that with the warmer and drier air that is going to be ahead. Shout out to Trisha F. in Annapolis. That is Blue, the dog, just hanging out in the flowers, legs crossed and looking good. Thanks for that shot, Trisha. Blue is looking good. And we'd love to see your pet pics too. JC Chambers at foxbaltimore.com. So 60s today and tomorrow, but closer to 70 on Friday, and then low to mid 70s into the weekend. Next week, we're talking upper 70s, even some lower 80s possible with our next chance for rain coming by next Tuesday.
All right, Justin, more questions are being raised about how legalized recreational marijuana revenue will be used. Still ahead in our next half hour. A closer look at where that money could go.
And we're doing a little fly fishing here this morning at Gunpowder Falls. As you can see, Brian is trying to catch some fish. We'll see if he's having any luck, and he's going to let me try my hand at it in just a couple of minutes. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
8:25. Get out on the river and have your absolute best time fishing.
All the fun comes with flies in disguise. Amy Aronson is live fly fishing in Harford. Are you catching anything, Amy?
We haven't had much luck yet, guys, but we are just getting started here. I'm with Brian Donaway, and I hear this is not like an easy thing to do. It's day dependent. You never know how it's going to be out here.
Right, Amy. Yeah. So days like today, we have a nice high sun. We got clear skies. We're going to get that water heated up pretty quickly, and these bugs are going to get active.
Okay.
And it's really going to start to excite these fish to get them moving. But to start, we're going to be fishing on the bottom. So we've got a nymph rig set up on this fly rod, which gets a bug on the bottom of the water. So these fish, before they start to come up and get active, we want to get them on the bottom of the river here. So
okay, cool. So you're going to show me how to do this.
Yeah, so to do that, we want to get these fish up where they're going to be hanging out in this little fast, slow currents. We've got a little seam, and we want to take our line and want to kind of present it to the fish so that bug looks like a natural bug drifting down the water with a nice free drift. Yes, trying to fool that fish into thinking it's a live bug, right? So
you make it look very easy.
Drift up, cast it in, and let it drift back.
Okay, you're going to give me a try here?
And give you a try. Just bring that rod slowly to your left shoulder.
Okay.
Lift it up till you point it up towards the sun, and now just flip it forward with your right hand.
A little faster,
that's all there is to it, right? You're a natural.
I don't know about that.
Right?
I've got to try it a few more times. Okay, so should I try one more time here?
Yeah, let it drift down through the current.
Okay,
Comes down
drift,
to the end. When you get there, have that rod nice and high. Now go forward. All
Don't
right,
hit anyone.
Perfect. You're getting out there. You're getting a nice presentation. We just got to get a fish that's hungry.
Okay, cool. That's the big question here. Will that happen this morning? We'll see. If you want more information on doing this like me, head over to our website, foxbaltimore.com/newslinks. What do you guys think? Can we catch a fish? We've got like another hour out here.
Yep.
Absolutely.
Doing our best.
I feel good about this.
Should I give it one more swing here? Ooh, I want to hit Sean.
Almost. Might catch a cameraman.
Yeah, might catch Sean over there.
Legalized recreational marijuana will bring in millions of dollars in revenue, but just how will the city and state use it? More on that coming up.
Harford County leaders are holding a budget hearing today. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, find out why the county executive and superintendent can't seem to agree. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good morning. Welcome to Fox 45 Morning News on this Thursday, May 4th. I'm Megan Gillen.
Yes, and Star Wars fans are very excited about this. I'm Tom Rogers, and we need to find out exactly how excited meteorologist Justin Chambers is about the day.
Not so much.
Well, more about the weather.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
no,
that part.
Oh, yeah, I'm absolutely excited. Yeah, I'm good to go. We're seeing sunshine out there with temperatures that are going to be a little bit warmer here for the afternoon as we take you outside live right now over the stadiums. Looking good there at Camden Yards, Oriole Park at Camden Yards, where the O's will be back in town coming up on Monday before you know it. I know they got the loss last night, blanked by the Royals, but hopefully they can win that series again today. 37 your temp in Oakland, 50 in Cumberland, 46 Hagerstown and Westminster, 48 your temp in Baltimore City. So your yard and gardening if you want to get back out there in the yards today, yeah, no issues. Just know those allergies are kind of up there as well, with lower 60s as we get into that 2 and 3 o'clock hour. Top it out right about 63 today, upper 60s tomorrow, and we're to the lower 70s on Saturday. We'll be back with your full forecast come up in just a few minutes from right now.
Thank you, Justin. Let's take a look at your Len Stoller traffic network here. And there have been multiple collisions around the area. 3 of them currently that we're watching, 2 major ones. They're causing delays in the Baltimore region. The first, 695's out of loop, just right at 70 there, where there are 2 cars and a semi-tractor trailer involved. And that is on 70 West, just past 695, slowing you down. That's actually gotten a lot better, as you see that on the left-hand side of your screen. Also getting better, 95 South on the other side of your screen, the right side, you see the yellow just before White Marsh Boulevard, 3-vehicle crash. That closed the right shoulder. It was in the red. Now you're in the yellow, which means you're moving along a lot quicker. The Maryland State Department of Education is facing questions over transparency after redacting state test scores and then making less information available to you, the public.
Joining us this morning, Project Baltimore's Chris Papps. Chris, this is not the first time the state has changed the way that test scores are being reported. What are you finding now?
Yeah, good morning. So the more we find out, the worse it looks for the state superintendent, Mohammed Chaudhry, and the Maryland State Department of Education. So back in 2010, and we reported this 2 weeks ago when we first broke this story about the state changing the data on its website. In 2010 was the last time the federal government updated its guidance for how states should release student test scores after they take the standardized test. Well, back then, Maryland changed how it presented that information. And in 2011, then State Superintendent Nancy Grasmick, she held a presentation before the school board. She told the public, she told the school board, she told state leaders, she told the entire state that, hey, we're going to make some changes to how we redact data. These are the changes we're going to make. This is why we're going to make it, because federal guidance changed, and here's how it's going to affect you. It was clear, it was transparent, it was accountability, it was open to the public. Now compare that to what just happened in March, when the current state superintendent, Mohammed Chaudhry, just changed the data without apparently telling anybody. There was no presentation to the school board. The governor said he didn't know. The president of the school board said that he didn't know. There was no change in federal guidance. Mohammed Chaudhry just changed the data. It appears like on his own, without any input from the public, without any input from state leaders. And of course, the timing of this is what matters, because it was right after we did the story on the 23 schools in Baltimore City with no kids proficient in math.
Yeah, just an incredible story. Chris Papps, Project Baltimore, thank you.
Well, turning now to continuing coverage on the crisis in the classroom, the National Assessment of Educational Progress releasing another report card. And this one looked at 8th grade scores in the U.S., history and civics, both on the decline, dropping by 5 and 2 points respectively. The same was true for math and reading in the fall. Officials say the decline was largely due to COVID-19 pandemic disruptions. Some advocates feel the numbers should be a wake-up call.
When you look at all these scores in context, they paint a picture that is painfully clear that says our current system is not working. It is not that students are failing school, it's that our schools are failing students.
U.S. Education Secretary Miguel Cardona saying in a statement, quote, banning history books and censoring educators from teaching these important subjects does our students a disservice and will move America in the wrong direction.
Fox 45's Project Baltimore has done extensive reporting on those test scores you just heard from Chris Papps and other failures within Baltimore City Public Schools. You can find it right on our website, foxbaltimore.com/Project Baltimore. Turning now to counties under pressure. Today, Harford County leaders will be holding a hearing on the 2024 budget.
But Bob Casserly, the Harford County executive, and Dr. Sean Bolson, the Harford County superintendent of schools, seems to be at odds over proposed funding for the schools.
Olivia Dance is joining us live this morning with why the two seem that they cannot agree. Olivia?
Well, Megan and Tom, the budget hearing starts at 7 tonight, and many parents are expected to attend since the county executive's proposed budget gives less money to the school system. Now, County Executive Casserly is arguing that they need to take a fiscally responsible approach.
We've more than fully funded the state, our educational budget over the last several years, and that's enabled our Board of Education to accumulate a fund balance of over $93 million. And there's way too much money going into the central office where most folks are still working remotely, and not into the classroom where teachers are working every day.
Now, Casserly is allocating roughly $305 million for Harford County Public Schools, less than the $324 million provided last year by the previous administration. District Superintendent Dr. Sean Bolson says only 25 central office staff work remotely, and the district shouldn't use its cash reserves for recurring expenses.
We requested $19 million above last year's funding. He's chosen to fund us at $19.5 million below what we received last year. We haven't seen funding go down year over year in the recorded history of Harford County.
In a statement, the superintendent called this budget proposal the worst-case scenario for the district, warning if more funding doesn't come through, there could be larger class sizes and uncompetitive teacher salaries. The county executive responding by saying the choices are to either live within our means or raise taxes, and he is opting to live within means. Now, the Harford County Council will be the ones to consider this budget proposal. And, of course, you can find more details about tonight's hearing on our website at foxbaltimore.com. But for now, reporting live, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
All right, Olivia, thank you. Crime is a big issue that could keep people from wanting to move into Baltimore City. In our next half hour, look at the most recent cases and the unpredictability of Baltimore's crime crisis. Plus, we're going to be getting more sunshine today with highs back to the 60s.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers letting us know when we can see our next warm-up. 8:38, you're watching Fox 45 Morning. 8:40 and more questions for city leaders when it comes to how Maryland and Baltimore City will use the revenue from legalized recreational marijuana.
We have Shannon Lilly joining us live with a closer look at where that money will go and the concerns some are raising about it. Shannon.
Yeah, the new law is very specific, Megan and Tom, that the millions of dollars that is generated from this marijuana market cannot go to law enforcement, but instead should be going to the communities most impacted by marijuana arrests. So there are those that think this is a good way to right a wrong in some way, while others say just the opposite. Let's take a listen to those two different perspectives.
Conservative suggestion or thought was that it would generate about $20 million for the city of Baltimore for the specific purpose of creating equity and reparations, which is what reparations are. It's creating an equitable response to a wrong of long standing.
I mean, it's manifestly unjust. But to say that people who violated the laws and brutalized their own communities should be given payment because of that is shockingly unjust.
Well, right now, Baltimore City Council members are poised to give final approval to the establishment of a 17-member commission, and that commission will advise the city where to target this funding. 3 of the commission members would be prior marijuana offenders. And remember, according to state law, the revenue can only be used to benefit low-income residents and those who are disproportionately harmed by the cannabis prohibition and enforcement over the past 20 years. So council members are hoping that this funding will go towards helping the communities that need it most. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Shannon. He got the money. He now has the talent surrounding him. That's right. We're talking about this guy, number 8, what we could hear from Lamar Jackson since signing that massive new contract.
But first, a race to help Maryland foster families. The family-friendly event happening this weekend. Time now 8:42, and you're watching Fox 45 Morning News. All local.
.845, a local nonprofit working to support foster parents throughout Central Maryland is hosting its first ever 5K and Fun Run Day. And May is Foster Care Awareness Month. Foster the Family is on a mission to encourage fosters and adoptive families and advocate for vulnerable children. Director of Operations Aaron Trock is joining us to share more. First of all, thank Aaron. What you do is amazing. Can you tell our viewers a little bit quickly about what you do and how you come in at such a crucial moment for families?
Absolutely. So we are thrilled to be
Topping your morning business report, the FTC says Meta misled parents about their children's privacy on its Messenger Kids app. The agency is proposing a change to a previous privacy order with Meta to prohibit it from collecting data on people under the age of 18. The social media company would also be required to add more privacy protections for users. Well, Meta says the announcement is a, quote, political stunt. Parents' concerns over children's use of Facebook, TikTok, Instagram is growing. According to a new survey by the Harris Poll, 50% of American parents believe that social media has caused their children's health to worsen. Children's psychologists say inappropriate social media use can add to existing anxiety and depression for kids. That can be because of inappropriate sharing, upsetting language, and bullying, which happens on the platforms. TikTok is letting more users join its premium content creator program if they meet the requirements. The creativity program requires users to make videos longer than a minute. Users need at least 10,000 followers with 100,000 authentic views on videos in the last 30 days. TikTok's second creator fund is expected to pay about $1 billion to creators over 3 years. The program is part of TikTok's plan to add more monetization on the platform. Google has started rolling out support for passkeys. It's an alternative sign-in method for its apps and websites. The company says passkeys are an easier and more secure alternative to passwords, as well as resistant to online attacks like phishing. Google says users can access their various accounts the same way that they might unlock their phone with a fingerprint, a face scan, or screen lock pin. Now it's time for today's America Steals and Deals.
The following segment is sponsored by Naki.
You guys, we have one of the hottest trends from one of your favorite beauty brands and anti-aging brands, Wrinkle Schminkles. Now, every time they come onto the show, and they've been coming on since the very beginning, we sell out. So pay attention because this is a new product. These are their self-dissolving microneedle patches, and here's how they work. You simply peel off the patch, apply with a bit of pressure, and you'll start to see the incredible results. I like to wear these overnight, and they literally melt into your skin. The microneedles are actually crystals on the patch infused with ingredients to plump and hydrate your skin, just like microneedling, a favorite celebrity skin treatment that you can now do at home. Collagen and peptides melt away and infuse deep down into the skin, helping smooth those fine lines and wrinkles, whether it's around your mouth, by your eyes, between your eyes. We all have our areas. Now, most skin treatments sit on top of your skin. The patches work below the surface, and the results come from inside out, into the dermal layers of your skin. We always sell out on Wrinkle Schminkles, so do not wait on this. They come in a pack of 4. Get a few boxes, try them out. Trust me, the results are fantastic. The deal on Wrinkle Schminkles microneedle patches is 25% off. These are a must-have in any beauty routine. Simply go to asadeals.com.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
Good morning on this Thursday, May 4th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Megan Gillen. You can't help but say it.
How many times has it been said to you today?
Not many, but I came in right away and said it to Justin, and he yelled.
I did not yell.
There was a groan.
It was just that a couple of people had said it already. It's May the 4th.
I haven't heard it a lot today,
Star
actually.
Wars
So
Day.
we've spared our viewers.
Yeah. Inside here, not bad.
So I
Outside.
was the second or third one then?
You were number 2, so far this morning. Our live cam in down, that was at 4 a.m. Looking at downtown Baltimore out over the Inner Harbor. Lots of blue skies and blue water looking good over the Key Bridge here on your Friday Eve. Although it's been chilly this morning, today begins the warming trend, and we've got a very pleasant weekend ahead. We're done with those highs in the 50s for the last couple of days. Numbers will be in the 50s here already for the next couple of hours, so already closer to the highs from yesterday by 11 a.m., and we're on our way to the lower 60s for this afternoon. So your 3T cast today, tonight, tomorrow, 63 today, 49 tonight, and upper 60s tomorrow. Even some of us closer to 70 on your Friday. Back with your full forecast in just a few minutes from right now.
All right, let's see what's happening on the roads at this hour. It's been a busy morning out there. Looking at the Lynn Solar Traffic Network, only one accident at this hour to report. It's on 695, the outer loop, just past 70. 2 cars involved there.
In a city in crisis, Baltimore facing a recruitment problem. City leaders saying that they are having difficulty finding people to fill some of its top positions across various departments.
The issue surfaced publicly after a city council committee hearing on Tuesday.
Olivia Dance joining us live now with a closer look at why it seems the city is having trouble filling those positions. Olivia.
Well, Megan and Patrice, the hearing came after reports that the mayor's chief of staff and communications director left their positions. But beyond that, there's still several vacancies right here at City Hall, including the Department of Public Works director, the head of procurement, and the fire chief. According to Faith Leach, the city administrator, and Quentin Herbert, who is the city's human resources director, despite hiring incentives to attract top talent, they say the city faces a major hurdle. That hurdle is the city's requirement that executives live in Baltimore City.
We have one agency where we've been recruiting for a bureau head for quite some time, and a person has been acting in an interim capacity, and that person would be, quite frankly, the ideal candidate for the position. But they don't want to sell their house in the county to move into the city and start over again.
But Euripsy Morgan from the People for Elected Accountability and Civic Engagement, or PEACE, thinks the city should remove the residency requirement. She also says she's not surprised the city is finding it difficult to find people that are willing to move to Baltimore.
I think it's a combination of things. I think one is the fact that, who wants to uproot their life if they don't have to, especially if they live right, within driving distance. But then when you look at the reason why people are leaving the city, which is probably, I think, a reason why many people would not want to move into the city. Crime is, of course, the biggest factor, but also then quality of life.
And at that hearing on Tuesday night, city leaders didn't address the issues with Baltimore as the reason why many candidates might not want to live here. Back to you.
So, Olivia, Euripsy says that the city should remove that requirement, but at the hearing, was there anyone else in favor of removing it, or do they want to keep it?
Yeah, Patrice, some city leaders are in favor of keeping that requirement, including Councilwoman McCrae, who thinks that if executives are required to live in the city, then they will spend their money here as well. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
Thanks, Olivia. Crime is a big issue that could keep people from wanting to move into Baltimore City. Former Police Commissioner Ed Norris says the violence is getting out of control.
There is violence everywhere. And it used to be confined to certain neighborhoods that people knew where not to go, like you wouldn't be on Greenmount Avenue at 2:30 in the morning or something like that. But now it's extended throughout the city.
Well, from Canton to the Inner Harbor, Charles Village, Druid Hill Park, and beyond, violence seems to be happening anywhere and anytime in Baltimore. This morning, we have Shannon Lilly joining us live from Canton with a look at the most recent cases and the unpredictability of Baltimore's crime crisis. Shannon.
Megan, this Canton community is still reeling from that brazen armed robbery and murder of a T-Mobile employee that happened here on Sunday. In fact, right now, you can see those balloons that people are taping up in memory of that victim. And more, we continue to see crime sparing no zip code or time of day. In fact, if you take a look now at the left-hand side of your screen, you can see where shots were fired in Charles Village last night, and this happened close to the Safeway. It happened right along Maryland Avenue and 25th Street, and you can see there that there was an entire block tape off and that there were shell casings that were just littering the street. At this point, there's no word, though, on a victim. And that comes, though, after another shocking act of violence happened Tuesday night. Police say a pizza delivery driver was shot in the face and leg outside Druid Hill Park just before 11:30 while he was delivering an order. Police say the suspects shot the victim, then stole his car and drove away in it. And, of course, you'll remember this chaotic scene from last month with two teens shot along Pratt Street. That's just steps from the Inner Harbor. Cell phone video capturing the aftermath as crowds ran.
There's no boundaries, no time of day. It doesn't matter if it's the afternoon, doesn't matter where you are. You can be the victim of a horrible, violent crime. When you step out of your house, you're in danger in this town. Doesn't matter where you are.
Again, another live look at this memorial going up outside of this T-Mobile in Canton. You can see the flowers there, the balloons that they're setting up. You just heard from former Police Commissioner Ed Norris. He says people are leaving Baltimore in droves, and crime is to blame. Reporting live in Canton, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News. Good day, Baltimore.
Well, now some are questioning what city leaders are focused on and whether they need to turn their full attention to crime. On the city council's agenda Monday night, a bill sponsored by Christopher Burnett looks to prohibit the willful use of the incorrect name or pronouns of an individual under certain circumstances. On WBL's radio show, TJ Smith's show, he said he's wondering where the council's priorities lie.
Doesn't mean we can't do more than one thing at a time, but prioritize those things and make sure if we're going to have the conversation about how difficult, it is to do certain things like fight the crime in the schools, the education and everything. Let's make sure we're putting that as a top priority all the time. It has to be.
We want to hear from you. Do you think current city leadership can fix the crime problem? So far, 99% of those who have voted say no. You can head to foxbaltimore.com/vote to weigh in.
Congressional Republicans continue looking into claims that President Biden was involved in a criminal bribery scheme as vice president.
National correspondent Kayla Gaskins joining us live from Capitol Hill. Kayla, House Republicans issuing subpoenas for FBI records. What are they looking for in these documents?
Well, Megan and Patrice, Republican lawmakers say a whistleblower told them the FBI has these documents that they allege details a criminal scheme involving Biden and foreign nationals. Now, this alleged scheme relates to the exchange of money from a foreign nation for policy decisions that Joe Biden would have been able to influence as vice president. This FBI memo that Republicans want handed over was made just months before the 2020 election. Lawmakers sending a subpoena to the FBI requesting this document, but now they worry the White House could classify it and keep it from ever becoming public. The White House releasing a statement calling this is the latest example of unfounded attacks from Republicans.
So, Kayla, let's switch gears. Another topic. Russia is claiming that the United States is behind an assassination attempt on Vladimir Putin. What is going on there? Tell us about that accusation.
Well, this stems from an unverified video that circulated yesterday, which appears to show a drone attack on the Kremlin. Russian officials are now saying the U.S. is the mastermind behind this Ukrainian attempt to assassinate the Russian president. Now, there's no clear evidence to back these claims up. Ukraine has also denied the accusations. Analysts point out there's no independent verification of this video. A professor at the University of San Diego saying he believes Russia is actually behind the attack because it could give them some benefits, providing a rally around the flag effect to bolster support for the war and recruitment efforts. But other experts argue it could have been a Ukrainian attack because Putin would have wanted to avoid this embarrassing failure of their security. The Kremlin says Russia now has the right to respond. Megan, Patrice.
Interesting. All right. National correspondent Kayla Gaskins live from Capitol Hill. Thank you.
Well, happening today, a judge in Wisconsin is set to hear the first arguments in a lawsuit challenging the state's abortion ban.
We have Tom Rogers from our live center with the latest on this. What's going on, Tom?
Yeah, that's right. In fact, taking you live to Milwaukee, which is just about an hour away from Dane County, where that hearing will take place. The hearing challenges the state's ban on abortion set before the Civil War. Attorney General Josh Kaul filed that lawsuit to repeal the ban in June, just days after the U.S. Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade, sending those decisions back to the states. Kaul also tried suing Republicans in the state, but was later forced to drop that suit because he had very little legal stance. Kaul argues that this law conflicts with newer state laws that are less restrictive. Now, the case carries so much weight that no matter what the judge decides, it is still ultimately expected to land in front of the state Supreme Court, where liberal-leaning judges now hold a 4-3 majority. Judge Janet Protasewicz, who is presiding over today's case, she won her election in August when she took a vocal stand on support of abortion rights during her campaigns. Unprecedented approach in the judicial race, since most judicial candidates keep their views to themselves to avoid the appearance of being biased. While the ban in question outlaws abortion except in instances where it is necessary to save the mother's life, the judge is not expected to hand down a ruling today, but she could lay down a timeline for her decision. That's the latest from our live center. Megan, Patrice.
Tom, thank you. 9:10, we need to get another look at our hopefully warming up forecast.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers here. We see green. That's good, right?
Yeah, it's a little chilly right now still, ladies, in the 40s and 50s. But we are going to see those numbers that will climb as we head into the later part of the day today. So today will begin that process. No longer highs in the 50s. We're talking highs back into the lower 60s. In fact, mid to upper 50s is where we're going to be over the next couple of hours. If you want to get a run or a jog in, get some exercise going, get some of that fresh spring air that is out there. We still have the chance of a stray pop-up shower a little bit later today, but overall we are drier, and upper 50s and lower 60s is what we're going to see across the board for your highs this afternoon. We're talking 70s and possibly even some 80s by early next week. We'll talk more about that in our full forecast in just a few.
All right, Justin, thank you. A bill proposing reparation payments to people with cannabis convictions, the pushback from some, and how this bill raises questions about the priorities of the city council.
We've more than fully funded the state, our educational budget over the last several years.
This county is failing to fund education at the level that it needs to.
The debate over how to fund public schools in Harford County certainly heating up. How today's budget hearing is expected to put an end to that back and forth. Time now 9:11. You're watching Fox 45. Good day.
Let's take a look at some of the events happening in our region today.
Starting with 11 o'clock this morning, City State's Attorney Ivan Bates holding a news conference with prosecutors at his Public Trust and Police Integrity Unit. That is taking place at 120 East Baltimore Street on the 9th floor press room.
Then at 1:30 this afternoon, Governor Westmore will deliver remarks at the 73rd session of the Washington Annual Conference at Ebenezer AME Church in Fort Washington.
And then starting at 4 p.m., the Baltimore Medical System will be hosting a ribbon cutting for the newest community health center. That's going to take place on Eastern Avenue.
Well, it's 9:15. We want to get another check of the forecast as we get closer to the weekend.
Yeah, definitely. Friday Eve here. Meteorologist Justin Chambers celebrating with a little sun
here today.
Yeah, and Cinco de Mayo Eve is what we're
Yeah,
talking
that's
about,
right.
too, because that is tomorrow as we look out over the rusty scupper. And you can see a little bit of the kind of waves out there on the harbor, that flag flapping around a bit as well. So wind is still going to be kind of hanging out with us. We do have a small craft advisory for boaters and watermen through 2 o'clock this afternoon. So just be aware of that. Looking out here at our HD radar, finally not tracking rain. We had a few showers earlier this morning in western Maryland. And of course, yesterday we had some of that snow in western Maryland as well. But overall, that rain is continuing to move out. Now, we still have the potential as that area of low pressure slides off toward the east. On the back side of that, still could pick up a stray shower, possibly by later this afternoon. Notice on our hourly future scan, this is through noon today. You can see that mix of clouds and sun. The arrows indicating that northwesterly flow, which is where that wind's going to be coming from. Now, taking you through about 3, 4 o'clock this afternoon, notice we don't have a lot in the way of green. Couple of pop-up showers possible from Frederick down into Gaithersburg. Maybe seeing a few showers rolling through the Chesapeake in that 6 and 7 o'clock hour tonight. But again, very stray at best and short-lived. Not going to really see much in the way of that rain. That's good news for golfers or any folks who want to do anything outdoors today. Still going to be at least a 1 club wind out there. So lower 50s this hour, but 60s here through noon and into the lower 60s into that 2 and 3 o'clock hour this afternoon. Typically this time of year, we're in the lower 70s. We're looking at upper 50s for Westminster and Eldersburg, close to 60 in Reisterstown over to Cockeysville and Hunt Valley, right about 60 in Perry Hall and White Marsh down through Essex and Middle River, even down through Edgemere and Sparrows Point. You'll see those lower 60s. Bel Air and Aberdeen over to Perryman, all in the upper 50s and lower 60s. Our friends in Havre de Grace there seeing those numbers right about 60 for the afternoon. And the Eastern Shore, upper 50s and lower 60s for you. So overall, more sunshine and slightly warmer conditions. Pollen numbers still kind of hanging out in that moderate category for trees and grass for today. Mold is back down into the low category. So if you do want to get outside and maybe get the grass cut today, just know that pollen's still there. Here's our future scan. So the lows moving on. Tomorrow, a few clouds, but that's about it. Not tracking any rain on Friday. And as we head into Saturday and Sunday, you may see a few more clouds rolling in from the south. Look at that system to the south of us. But all of the rain is going to stay well south into Saturday and Sunday. So even though we may have a little bit more cloud cover, our temperatures are going to warm up nicely, and we do stay dry. So check that 7-day forecast. After lower 60s today, we're close to 70 tomorrow, low to mid 70s into Saturday and Sunday, and even upper 70s, possibly even close to 80 by Tuesday of next week.
Sounds good, Justin. Thank you. Looking at our Len Stoller traffic network, we've got a live look over Loch Raven Boulevard here in traffic on the inner loop. Not too bad. We've got some volume out there. The good news, we're moving. Outer loop is where it's really backed up there. You can see slow conditions there. So make sure you give yourself some extra time if you're headed that way this morning.
This Fox 45 News segment is sponsored by Chime Medical Center.
It is that time of year where we celebrate Mom, and you could win extra spending money every day from now until May 12th. Grab your phone to scan the QR code there on your screen for your chance to win a $100 Visa gift card. Play our Mother's Day Mania Trivia Contest.
Get the question right, and you could win that $100 daily prize. You don't even need to be a mom to do this. Again, scan the QR code, get the Mother's Day Mania Trivia question of the day. Hopefully share it with Mom when you win. Good luck. Well, have fun fly fishing around the state as the weather warms up.
Flies in Disguise will take you on guided trips on the river. Amy Aronson is live in Harford, out there this morning doing it herself. Amy.
Yeah, we're doing some fly fishing. It's a beautiful morning out here. The sun is brightening and warming things up. I'm here with Brian Donaway, who's showing me the ropes, literally. You swapped out your rod, so now you're using a different type. So what are you using now?
Yeah, so now I'm actually using what they call a European nymphing rod. So we've ditched the float that we had on here before for the indicator, and we've got a fly on the bottom here with a heavy bead on it to get it to sink really fast.
Okay.
So European nymphing originated in Europe, and it's a technique to use when you want to get these flies down deep in the water really fast, right to the bottom, super quick. And we're using a long leader, roughly about 15 to 20 feet. And the idea is you cast the fly out and you get a tight line. They also call it tight line nymphing. And you let it drift through the current, through that seam where that fish might be, and you'll feel the bite. So rather than seeing the strike, we're going to actually feel the fish bite this line.
Okay. And how do you find the trout? I've had lots of folks asking me that. How do you know where to throw the line?
So technically, you want to look for structure. So we're going to be looking for those little rocks, those boulders in the water, some current breaks, where we've got some fast water, maybe a slow section next to that. Those fish are going to hang in that slow water, and they're going to push out and dart out into that fast water where the food, I call it the food highway, is going to be pushing down right next to that slow water. That makes sense.
Okay, another question from Tom Rogers. Does the Pretty Boy Dam have an impact on why it's good fly fishing conditions here?
Yeah, so Pretty Boy Dam actually controls the flow. They can control the flow for the river, controlling the temperature and the speed at which the water and the volume of water we get down here, which provides excellent trout habitat throughout the season.
Okay, awesome. Well, folks will have to come join you. You said it's prime fishing season now, right?
Prime fishing season. We're just at the beginning of it.
Just at the beginning, folks. You've got until July. So if you want more information on doing this, head over to our website, foxbaltimore.com/newslinks. And it is peaceful out here. A little chilly this morning, but now that it's warming up, it feels great. And he was saying this weekend is going to be packed because of the nice weather. Back to you guys.
Maybe not so peaceful anymore.
We just like listening to that, though. That was beautiful. Well, are you looking for a summer job? Why, one zoo is looking to hire people to wear inflatable eagle costumes and flap their wings.
What?
You up for it?
I need more information. All right, this isn't fake news, but these ducks are fake. Up next, a taste of the Decoy and Wildlife Art Festival happening in Harford County. 9:21, you're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
The Decoy, capital of the world, is inviting nature enthusiasts and art connoisseurs to the 41st annual Decoy and Wildlife Art Festival. And this serves as the largest fundraiser for the Havre de Grace Decoy Museum. We've got a lot of folks here joining us this morning live. We've got Mike Tarquini and Dina Cardwell standing here next to me. Also, Decoy Museum and honorary chairman of the festival, Charles Jobs, joining us. You guys are with the museum. You're one of the best carvers I've seen. Thank you all so much for being here.
Thanks for having us.
I wanted to come right to you and ask how you got into this. How did you know that you were going to be a good decoy carver?
Well, my dad carved decoys for a man named Madison Mitchell in Havre de Grace, Maryland. He was a funeral director, and he needed somebody to help him, and my dad started when he was 12 years old with Madison Mitchell.
Wow.
So Madison Mitchell is the renowned carver at basically the Havre Grace
I was gonna say, a lot of
area.
people know that name.
And this is one of his decoys here that was made in 1945.
I had no idea that Havre Grace had the most decoy carvers in the world.
Yes.
That's incredible. How did that come to be?
They did research back in when they first opened the museum.
Yeah.
And Mitch Shank, Alan Fair, and Jimmy Pierce started the museum. So they were the ones that did all the research and everything. So that's where the most carvers are in the
And that's where you two
world.
come into this, because you are running this museum. I mean, what is the reaction? How far have people come to see some of these decoys?
We get many out-of-town guests and people who stay for more than a day, actually. We have people that come from international locations.
Yeah.
We've just recently noticed that when you do a TripAdvisor or a Google search, or we're like one of the first things that pop up. So we're getting great
Are you
followership.
surprised at this? You know, how did you guys get involved in it?
I have a family member that is a decoy carver, and I guess I started collecting as a result, and then one thing led to the next.
And my dad's a collector.
Yeah. And that's what it has become. It's not just the carving, but those who are collecting it and unique pieces. Which one of the decoys here would people run after? Is there one here that's
that's on the table?
Yeah, there's one here.
Oh,
that's
probably
special.
the one that Charles has for the show this year.
Right here?
Yeah.
This is a limited edition canvas back that I'm doing. It has a medallion in it, the glass eyes, the tips in it.
It's beautiful.
It's, painted. There's only 50 of these, and there's probably only going to be 50 hens too.
I'm watching you work right now. How long does it take you to make one of these?
We make them in batches. We'll make 50 heads or a dozen heads or something like that.
And you were telling me you use old telephone poles sometimes, reuse them,
cedar
repurpose
telephone
them.
poles. Yes.
Man, I could ask you many, many more questions, but we can come out to the festival and see you guys there.
Absolutely.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
welcome.
As I hold a Decoy head. The art festival happening here, Decoy and Wildlife Art Festival, the 41st annual there. All right, we've got meteorologist Justin Chambers tracking how warm it is going to be this weekend in his full Weather Authority forecast coming up.
Harford County leaders are holding a budget hearing today. I'm Olivia Dance, and coming up next, find out why the county executive and superintendent can't seem to agree. You're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
Welcome back on this Thursday morning. 9:30 is the time. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Megan Gilland, and we are gearing up for a warm weekend. Almost there.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers. That's worth bouncing in our brand new chairs for, Justin.
These are pretty great.
Yeah.
I like this.
Looks like you guys are having fun over there. I like that. Well, I'll let you two hang out over there while I do some weather. Yeah, we are talking about numbers today that will be just a little bit warmer. We have plenty of sunshine that's out there, and if you're bouncing around, heading out over the Rusty Scupper, you're looking good with the sun, and 40s and 50s for Cockeysville and Woodlawn, 52 your temp in Baltimore City, 53 Rosedale out through Essex and Middle River, 51 currently in Joppatown. We'll keep those 50s going for the next couple of hours to about 60 by noon, and on our way to highs in the lower 60s today. We're going to add about 5 degrees tomorrow, so looking for upper 60s, and then some lower 70s sneaking in for our Saturday forecast. Overall, though, the big news, drier, so that is very cool. We'll have another look at your forecast coming up in just a few minutes, including your 10-day forecast in just a little bit.
All right, Justin, thank you. Out on the roads, your Len Stoller Traffic Network here. Looking at our full traffic map, you can see we've got some yellow, a little bit of slowdowns, but mostly green across the region here. Many of the crashes from earlier have cleared. However, there is still a lot of volume on the roads, causing some of that yellow there. It's reflected in the drive times as well. Yellow across the board there. Give yourself some extra time if you're heading out the door right now.
It is 9:31 and turning now to counties under pressure, as today Harford County leaders will have a hearing on the 2024 budget.
But Bob Casserly, the Harford County executive, and Dr. Sean Bolson, the Harford County school superintendent, seem to be at odds over proposed funding for the schools.
Olivia Dance joins us live with why the two can't seem to agree. Olivia.
Well, Megan and Patrice, the budget hearing starts at 7 tonight, and many parents are expected to attend since the county executive's proposed budget gives less money to the school system. Now, County Executive Casserly is arguing that they need to take a fiscally responsible approach.
We've more than fully funded the state, our educational budget over the last several years, and that's enabled our Board of Education to accumulate a fund balance of over $93 million. And there's way too much money going into the central office where most folks are still working remotely, and not into the classroom where teachers are working every day.
Casserly is allocating roughly $305 million for Harford County Public Schools, less than the $324 million provided last year by the previous administration. District Superintendent Dr. Sean Bolson says only 25 central office staff work remotely, and the district shouldn't use its cash reserves for recurring expenses.
We requested $19 million above last year's funding. He's chosen to fund us at $19.5 million below what we received last year. We haven't seen funding go down year over year in the recorded history of Harford County.
In a statement, the superintendent called this budget proposal the worst-case scenario for the district, warning if more funding doesn't come through, there could be larger class sizes and uncompetitive teacher salaries. The county executive responding by saying the choices are either to live within our means or raise taxes, and he is opting to live within means. Now, the Harford County Council will be the ones to consider this proposed budget, and of course, you can find more details about tonight's hearing on our website at foxbaltimore.com. But for now, reporting live, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
Thank you, Olivia. More questions for city leaders, meantime, when it comes to how Maryland and Baltimore City will use the revenue from the legalized recreational marijuana.
Shannon Lilly is joining us with a closer look at where that money will go and the concerns that some are raising about it. Shannon.
Well, the new law is very specific that the millions of dollars generated from the marijuana market cannot go to law enforcement, but instead should go to the communities most impacted by marijuana arrests. So there are those in the community who think this is a good way to right the wrong, while others say just the opposite. Let's take a listen to those two different perspectives.
Conservative suggestion or thought was that it would generate about $20 million for the city of Baltimore, for the specific purpose of creating equity and reparations, which is what reparations are. It's creating an equitable response to a wrong of long standing.
I mean, it's manifestly unjust. But to say that people who violated the laws and brutalized their own communities should be given payment because of that is is shockingly unjust.
Right now, Baltimore City Council members are poised to give final approval to the establishment of a 17-member commission. And that commission will advise the city where to target this funding. Now, 3 of the commission members would be prior marijuana offenders. And remember, according to state law, the revenue can only be used to benefit low-income residents and those disproportionately harmed by the cannabis prohibition and enforcement over the past 20 years. So we did hear from Councilman Robert Stokes, who supports the establishment of a commission, but seems to remain skeptical about the organizations that the money will be going to. And he's not certain that that funding will make it to the people who truly need it. Reporting this morning, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News.
For we believe that you can only move forward when you share data and you begin with a true baseline. We look forward to working
but
with you.
But what just happened to the state website is not sharing data, it's removing data from the website.
There are calls for an investigation into the Maryland State Department of Education after the agency changed the way it reports state test scores, hiding certain results from the public.
Student test scores were posted to the state website and then removed and redacted.
The Maryland State Department of Education blames the web vendor for prematurely posting student scores. The web vendor says they absolutely did not.
In our 7 o'clock hour, we spoke to Eurypsy Morgan, spokesperson for community group Peace. She believes transparency is needed in order to assess which parts of the state's public school system needs outside help.
This isn't just an issue in Baltimore City. This is statewide testing data. And we all knew after the pandemic that our children had fallen greatly behind in their education, but we didn't know to what extent. I think when the data came out earlier this year, there was a collective shock about how poorly students were doing across the state. And just to be clear, I know this organization focuses primarily on Baltimore City. I'm an Anne Arundel County parent, and when I was looking at the test scores in Anne Arundel County, in Baltimore County, the scores were incredibly low. How will we know where to best put our resources if we don't have accurate data?
Make sure you head to our website to check out the other stories Project Baltimore has posted regarding the redacted state test scores.
More questions than answers remain following a mass murder in Oklahoma. Still ahead, Tom Rogers has the latest on the investigation from our live center.
We are looking forward to a warm weekend with temperatures in the 70s, but it's going to be even hotter next week. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is tracking those temperatures in his full Weather Authority forecast. 9:38, you're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
questions still remain on why a convicted sex offender was released early from prison and then killed his wife and children.
Tom Rogers in our live center now with the update coming from Oklahoma officials. Tom.
Yeah, just a horrible story as we get another update about the sex offender who fatally shot 6, including 5 children before killing himself. Officials say sex offender Jesse McFadden was released 3 years early from prison. He is now accused of shooting his wife, her 3 children, and their 2 friends, all in the head before killing himself. Local media was quick to start asking state officials why he was released 3 years early. No answers were given. The discovery of the bodies Monday right near his home came on the very day he was supposed to stand trial on charges that he was soliciting nude images from teens while he was imprisoned for rape. He had been sentenced for 20 years for the sexual assault of that 17-year-old and was freed 3 years early, in part, officials say, for good behavior, despite facing these brand new charges that he had in jail or in prison. Now, critics say the system needs an overhaul when dealing with sex offenders. Also happening right now, a student protest following yesterday's first reported mass school shooting in Serbia with 8 middle school students who were killed by their classmate, a 13-year-old. This coming as police were urging all families across that country to keep their guns locked. That's the latest from the Live Center. Megan and Patrice, back to you.
All right, Tom, thank you. We are gearing up for a weekend warm-up. Still ahead, meteorologist Justin Chambers tracking just how hot it's going to feel.
And warmer weather is on the way, thankfully, so make sure you have everything you need to keep your pets healthy this summer. Still ahead, the essential products you should have in your home. 9:42, you're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore. As the temperatures warm up, make sure that you are doing all that you can to keep your pets comfortable in the heat. We worry about ourselves. The pets need it too. So joining us in studio this morning, Dr. Kim Hammond with Falls Road Animal Hospital.
Hi.
Always good to see you.
It's great to see you.
But I need to ask about this immediately because this caught my eye when you walked in.
Well, okay. So you know, all dogs this time of the year blowing their winter coat. So here's our ungroomed dog, okay? And well-trained. Sit. And this is the groomed dog. So this is what we want to get to right now, you know?
Much different.
And here's the other thing that's interesting. When you're grooming your dog in the summer, sometimes people want to cut him back really all the way. You really don't. You want to leave a little coat because some of that coat is protective to the dog for a number of different reasons. So you want to shave them down, but not necessarily this.
Okay, so I usually send our dog to the groomer, but you've got all the things here that I don't necessarily have to. I can do it myself.
Right, and the reason is this. Things have gotten expensive. Things are out of control. It's time to learn how to do stuff at home, and it's really pretty simple. Let me give you a couple quick things. First, for a dog, I like to distract them with something like this Kong cheese. So if I'm grooming this dog and the dog's being a little fractious, I give a little cheese. Right?
Oh, true.
And they sit there. And for a cat, they have these little churros. Same thing. If you're trying to groom a cat, good luck. It ain't going to happen. It's brutal. So you give them a little of this on their little nose, and they're going.
And they're
And you can groom
And then you can get through it.
Now, the type of things, I like to use a rake when you have to get through mats. There's all sorts of different types that can cut through the mats. And you literally, you take this dog and you just start to rake it. And
Is one better for bigger versus smaller dogs?
you kind of have to experiment. This is called the Furminator, and I like the Furminator. It's a great rake, but I also use this type of brush where it's wire brush, you pull all the hair and then you clean it all out. It's great. And for cats, I use flea combs. This is a flea comb. Get the fleas. And here's what I do afterwards. This is a fun trick. I go to CVS and I buy some of this little sesame oil, and I dilute it, and then I mist it on the animal daily, and it gives them a nice, smooth coat, just like they've come out of a car wash, really.
Okay.
Just beautiful.
And so I always worry about putting products on dogs, and that's not a problem, though.
No, because sesame, yes, some products are.
But
this is sesame
seed.
Very good. It absorbs into the skin.
That's a great trick.
It controls, and I just put in a little mister, buy a little mister.
I like that.
Dogs.
All right, so what about, I'm always nervous about clipping.
Okay, well, this is important, too, because for big dogs, we use big clippers, and for little cats and little dogs, we use little clippers. If you use this on a big dog, it's like using a chainsaw. A little dog, rather, it's like using a chainsaw. You have Yorkies, right?
I do, so just keep distracting them with the Kong while you do their nails.
To be honest, for a Yorkie, get a groomer.
Oh, yeah. Enough said, done that. Okay, we have like 10 seconds.
Okay, and
what
quickly,
do we need here?
all right, this is very important. For your cats and dogs, it's flea, tick, and heartworm season. So we use Revolution for the cats, Simparica Trio for the dogs. It gets fleas, ticks, heartworms. It's great, saves your dog's lives. Saves you, because you don't bring fleas into your house.
Right, and it is that time of year. Dr. Hammond, thank you.
It's always
These are
a
great
pleasure.
tips. I like this one. All right. Let's
Good
get over
job.
to meteorologist Justin Chambers, taking a look at the forecast because we want to get the pets out there.
You can spray some sesame oil on me, and I'll calm down. That's all you need. Just like, all right, Chambers, you're a little. Not this moment. I'm very calm right now. I'm not all excited.
Listen, you said it. It's got to happen.
Can you spray it on my head?
It's supposed to make you look like you came from the car wash.
There you go.
This will work great on your jacks.
Thank you.
Very nice.
It really does. Put it on and rub it in. It'll be great.
Now I'm calm. Yeah, this is great.
Dr. Hammond to the rescue. We need him on standby.
Live cam over downtown Baltimore. Beautiful blue heart right there. Shaking around. HD radar. Good, man. Not much to see. Looking at our HD radar with that area of low pressure that is moving on. And we're going to have some cooler conditions here in the morning. Oh, you need to get me back going again. It's time for a coffee break. All right, here we go. Thanks, Tommy. 55, your temperature next hour over Penn Station. Numbers here this afternoon into the lower 60s. And we'll have a lot of sunshine today, guys. We still have the potential of maybe a stray pop-up shower, but overall, definitely drier conditions. Even 61 if you're doing happy hour on a Thursday. Upper 50s, lower 60s, still lower 70s is where we typically are this time of year. We'll get there. Upper 50s and 60s continue. Philly and Baltimore down through D.C. Heading down the ocean, close to 60 in Ocean City today. Numbers will climb. Here's your temperature tracker. 68 tomorrow, 70s near average, and then finally above average in that Sunday, Monday, Tuesday category. Again, we haven't been above average in a while. Good day to fly today, pilots. We're talking about visual flight rules. A little breezy at times, but that wind is more of a northerly component, so it's easier to take 3-3 over there at Martin or BWI or wherever you might be flying today. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to get up there and fly the friendly skies again. Can't wait. All right, so upper 60s and lower 70s, as I mentioned, into the weekend, we're dry. Monday, we're close to 80 and could even see some lower 80s by the time we get to Tuesday of next week.
Thank you, Justin. Trending now. If you want to get paid to dress up and scare seagulls, well, this might be for you. There's a lot of people out there, I'm guessing, very excited.
This is a thing.
Apparently.
Be More Lifestyle host Mark Clark joining us live.
We need a job. Look, Blackpool Zoo in the United Kingdom is closed to the water, and they're looking to solve their mass seagull problem. The zoo says the birds are starting to annoy visitors and are even stealing their food. Now, to get under the problem, with the help under the problem, the zoo wants to hire someone who wear an inflatable eagle costume to chase the seagulls away. Blackpool has received 200 applications from around the world so far. As for the pay, the ideal candidate gets $13.15 an hour if they're 21 and older, and if they're 21 and older, they'll get $10 an hour. Under 21, they get $10 an hour. This is a perfect job.
That's a hard.
What? I think yes.
They just imagine the poop that you're going to have all over your costume every day.
You think they're going to do that
the
to you?
The seagulls? Oh, absolutely. I say you just get the spray that Dr. Hammond had.
Calm everything down.
Then you're good. I mean, look at Justin. It worked, right?
Right.
Feeling great.
I'm going back.
Justin, what about Hank the Bird?
Like this.
It's really weird.
Is there a reversal?
I know.
You want to dress up like a seagull?
I do not.
No, like an eagle, right? Like, I mean,
eagle,
eagles
yeah.
are
the seagulls
they would
away.
do it.
That's true.
What about steel magnolias? Remember they were shooting all the fireworks up into the
So
trees?
my husband had a job at JFK Airport in D.C., and his job was to shoot the birds with paintball guns. This was prior to 9/11. He drove around in a golf cart at the airport and shot the birds with paintball guns because it was for safety at the airport. This used to be, I mean, birds were a problem, and that's how they handled it.
At Martin State.
They do.
Cannons.
Yeah. Air cannons that go off. Yeah.
See?
I mean, he didn't dress like a giant eagle, but, you know.
And again, that brings us to there seem like there are more scientific ways to do it than
Well,
just
guys, Doc
like
just
that.
said soak the food in brandy, the seeds in brandy, and the birds will fall and you go pick them up. See, Doc has a solution.
All right.
Bunch of drunk birds.
I was going to say, are you telling us they're drunk?
We're going to send in his resume.
All right, I got to do this 10-day forecast tease as we go to break here on Good Day Baltimore. Hey, guess what? We got our Towson cam back.
Woo! I was waiting for it.
Finally see it. 10-day after the break, y'all. Don't move. 9:55 is your time right now. Yeah, there are some clouds. They're going to be kind of rolling around here
that's
today.
Nice. I was going to say that is a pretty shot.
So pretty, yeah.
Simpsons opening scene.
That's
yeah,
right.
it is.
And we will see temperatures today that'll be a little warmer than yesterday, looking for lower 60s. And then we're going to get close to 70 tomorrow. Should be a great Cinco de Mayo Friday, even low to mid 70s for the weekend, mid to upper 70s, 80 by Tuesday. Now, notice the right side of your screen still hanging onto the 70s. I was on the conference call with the folks in the newsroom a little while ago, and they're like, "Oh, is summer here? We're good. Can we make it summer?" I'm like, "No, we
Not
can't.
how it works.
No, we have to still get through May, but at least we're going to feel more like May starting as early as tomorrow, which is good."
Got a lot of 5Ks that foster the family this Saturday.
Yeah, that's
Perfect morning
right.
for it, too. That 5K. Yeah, in Ellicott City.
Yeah.
And you're bringing margaritas tomorrow, I hear.
Am I?
Yeah, that was the rumor. I saw the email
That
come
wasn't a
through.
rumor. That's
You didn't
like
get that?
meteorologist.
Oh, you got to get on that. Thank
I
you.
told you guys I would grill for you at some point. We can throw the grill out.
Grilling. While you're out there grilling.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
This is going to be...
I'll raise a glass. See ya.